All right, welcome in everybody back again. It has been so long since I've done a stream that this feels so unintuitive. It's gonna take some adjusting to get back to it, but I am glad to be here. Thank you everyone that is jumping in. We're gonna just start with a few gameplay, a few games before the Conquerors event here in just a little bit. So I'm gonna launch it in. Twitch drops are live. This is the first snap drops that I've actually been streaming for. Mark, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It has been so long since I've been live. I'm glad to have you in here. Feed my pets. Welcome in as well. No, I think you were first, Mark. If you're seeing another one, it was from a little bit ago before I actually launched the stream. Oh, yeah, Havoc. You're still in here. You were here about maybe 30 minutes ago or so. And so, hey, Dark Raider, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you guys, all of you, for being here. It still blows me away how much support I've had after the very long break. That was very much needed. Wait, you said 4K. 4K. Wait, 4K what? CSS Spears. Oh, is that the resolution? Yeah. Yeah, my monitor is in 4K. And then a sleeper... Dr. Fruster, welcome in. Feed my pets. I hope my goal is to not get knocked out first in the tournament. I don't necessarily need to win. I just want to be able to get a decent ways in. I think it'll be fun. Even if I get knocked out, I'm going to co-stream the rest of it. That way, you know, the stream is a little bit longer. You have more of a chance to get drops and all of that. Phoenix, surprised to see you here.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Justin, fantastic name. That is my name as well. Thank you so much for the sub. How's the laundry basket? Still empty right now. Actually, it's AWOL, but it's still empty right now. We're trying to keep that that level a little bit low. And thank you guys, all of you, for jumping in here. Is the sound quality, the stream quality? Gotta support my fellow Justin. I appreciate it, Justin. Lamb, you said, I'm using this deck because of your stream, but change Sage to Wolfsbane. Wolfsbane, I think, could be another good one. It's a little bit more flexible. A lot of times they're very similar in their styles. So I think we're going to do White Widow and Grandmaster. We're going to hope that they don't have Shang-Chi. If so, then they just win this left lane. And then we're going to try to congest the other two. The puppies are here. One is laying in front of the couch over there. The other lay in my wife's office most of the day. Good luck in the tournament. Thank you so much, Nephilim. I appreciate it. Even if I don't do great, just being included, I'm so excited for. Hey, I've seen you on YouTube. Aren't you the most wholesome Snap content creator ever? I've been compared to the Bob Ross of Marvel Snap. And so whether that actually be the case, I'll let you make the judgment. But I do enjoy just a good wholesome time. I enjoy the game. I enjoy sharing those experiences with you guys as well. Papa Hercules, welcome back. Long time Crimson, long time no see. Nicholas Cage, is that what it is? Welcome in. I almost want to do a Sage just to get some power here. We could also do Absorbing Man to copy the Grandmaster. So next turn we have Absorbing Man to copy Sage, and then we can look at maybe a Corvus from there. Killa, welcome in. You said appreciate all of your videos, attitude, etc. Good luck and thanks. Thank you guys for being here. Very, very just overwhelmed with how much support was there when I came back. It was a much needed break, but it feels really nice to have you guys here and know that support is there. Could this be the start of the returning stream? I would like it to be, but I think the true answer is I don't know. Right now I'm working augmented summer schedules, and so I'm off on Fridays for a little bit. Typically that's my catch-up day to try and get everything caught up for the week, but right now I am off on Fridays, plus leading into snap drops, leading into the Conquerors event, I think is a fantastic time to do just a restream and come back. What's your line of work? I am in data analytics. And so I look at a lot of metrics, a lot of numbers, and I formulate the raw data so that it's easier to interpret, so that the end user but the end user can kind of quickly tell the health of whatever initiative is at a glance. Thank God you're back. I was lost in this lonely Snap world without you. I am so glad to be back. All of the support you guys have showed has been just phenomenal. No wonder you're such a good cook. Yeah, I think they go hand in hand. The data analytics, I think, really helps me look at and figure out like what kind of meta is going on, what decks a card would go well in. Is your stream laggy? Is it me only? That I need y'all's help for, because I don't know. A lot of the settings I haven't tweaked in like a year, and so if it is a little bit laggy, let me know. Hello, are you winning, son? So far, we've only done one game. The stream is still young. We've only done one game, but we did win that one that we played. This is the second time I caught you live. The first was the day before you stopped streaming for 6 months. So if you stop again after this, everyone can probably... I mean, there may be a trend there. 100% win rate stream. That's what we're hoping for going into the Conquerors event, which starts in about an hour. And we do have the matchups. I'll see if I can pull it up onto the stream. I don't know if they've tweeted it yet, but they did say we could share the image. So we're going to go ahead and use Absorbing Man. We'll copy the Rock Slide. This deck is so mean. This deck is one of... Have you decided your tourney deck? This deck is... If you haven't seen the last video, it's probably the most diabolical deck ever created. It is just so constricting to the opponent. As far as the tourney deck, there was a rule set around the creation of those decks, and so it has to be 4 different decks, all featuring Gilgamesh in some way, shape, or form. And so they may not all lean all the way into Gilgamesh, but he is a potential player in all of them. And so we submitted those a couple of days ago. It was like a day after his release. And Mystic for Hire, thank you so much for the resub, for being here for my return stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And so I do have the 4 decks that I've picked out for my lineup. If they... So there's going to be 4 rounds of matches. In each one, you can only use the deck one time. Once you win with a deck, it's no longer viable, so you have to move on to the next one. So if I get knocked out in the first round, I may only use one deck. But I have 4 just in case we make it all the way to the finals. And then Mess Shorts, thank you so much for the resub, creating a hype train on my return. You guys are going to force me to have to continue to pump up my streaming. Thank you guys so much for being here. It means a lot that you're still here after such a long time. So we could do Shadow King. That would knock these back down, but they can move their Jeff. So maybe we just do something like this. I don't know if it'll win. We're already past 100, so I'm just enjoying the vibes with you guys. And so if we lose, that's fine. We're just out to make some people's day a little bit worse.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Snap is just better when TLSG is making content. Thank you so much, Tone Lock. Hopefully, we get some exciting news on tomorrow from the IGN announcement. I have no idea what it's going to be. I'm hoping it's something pretty good.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Cat, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And then CS Spears, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. You guys are incredible. Not gonna lie, you made me care about Snap again. Surprised you're coming with new stuff to build. Yeah, and it was really interesting. If you're a returning player, you have to be very careful of like the FOMO effect. A lot of the game is designed to make you feel like you need the latest things. And I was able to hit Infinite with just like a bare bones build. And then from there, as I unlocked additional cards, I was able to kind of get a deeper brew. But the FOMO effect, making you feel like, oh, I need White Widow, I need Nocturne, is really, really bad if you're a returning player. And so I always encourage everyone to kind of come into it with the expectation that you're going to see these cool cards, but you're probably not going to get to play all of them for a while. Akshay, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. And
hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Continuing the hype train with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. And if I miss any of the chat, just throw them in again. It's been a while since I've had to keep up with them. And then the store manager, welcome. We play all the time. It's nice to see you in chat. I think you beat me more often than I beat you, but it's always a good match up until the last turn. I'm at 97 now, relying heavily on bots to pump me up. That's a viable way. That's has cut down the time it takes to get to infinite dramatically. Back in beta days, it was a lot more difficult to reach infinite. There were days where it would take like 3 weeks out of the
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough
to get there. Invisible7, thank you so much for the tier 1, bumping the hype train up to level 2. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. It's overwhelming how much support is here, and knowing that it's always here whenever I come back. I didn't returning after a 5 to 6 month hiatus. I honestly didn't know who or how much support was going to be there when I came back. The fact that you guys are still here means the world to me. Thank you guys so much. TLSG being true to his name today. For once in my life, I'm being true to my name. We are living up to that live stream guy. For how long do you plan on streaming? At the very least, until the end of the Conquerors event. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the Conquerors event goes around when that wraps up. I would like to do maybe like a 5.5 hour stream just to get a good one under my belt to kick them back off. But I don't know specifically. But with Twitch drops being enabled, I'd like to do a little bit longer than I would otherwise. I know they're going to move Nocturne to change the Nexus, but I do kind of want to go ahead and play White Widow onto the board just to start restricting that space. Welcome back. Has TLSG talked about a Sage replacement? I haven't, but Sage is pretty easily replaced in most lists with something like Wolfsbane. Wolfsbane is really a close alternative for most builds that use Sage. You could also do something like Red Guardian or even Gladiator, depending on how you want to kind of finesse the rest of the deck. Yeah, Old Ladder takes a while to climb since you needed 10 cubes. And there were a lot less bots, and so it was a struggle the whole way. I'm gonna go ahead and play a second Absorbing Man to try and congest this side a little bit more as well. Just the more that I can restrict them, the better. Hey TLSG, I've never caught you live before. Love your content. Thank you so much for being here. I haven't been live, and it's I think been over a year since I went live, so definitely knocking off the dust. But I'm glad to have you here. And I'm glad to just see all of the support that we have in place. And so if they move Nocturne over, they'll have to play another card there to take out the -4. I almost think we do this. They'd have to put more power back in here once they move Nocturne out. Oh, wait. Once the Nexus is changed, this will bump back up. We'll see. We'll send it. Too many good new cards, it's hard to find a replacement. Yeah, there's a lot of good new cards, but what I've noticed since I've been back is that none of the cards feel like they're just completely broken to the point where like you have to have it or you can't compete at all. Something like Loki, when it was released, was just everywhere. It felt like you couldn't have a consistent complete counter. None of these cards feel broken to that point though. So they're good, they're versatile, like White Widow. Slots into so many decks really well. Remember how irritating Alioth was? Alioth was absolutely massive on release. Yeah, I'm loving Thena too. I have her slotted into like several, just kind of mid-range. I know that she started being slotted into a like cannonball style build, but I like her in kind of like a mid-range counter style as well. Something where you typically run like the Kitty Pryde, the Angela anyways. And so then Thena can get really big, and you have the tools to counter. And then the one that I featured on release day, the Move Disrupt, feels incredible as well. Just being able to make their play lines less consistent gives you a lot more strength in the game and in general. I miss the old Spider-Man. Sorry, not sorry. Old Spider-Man was just absolutely so frustrating when Zabu was at his prime. Having every lane locked down was absolutely wild. Suchard, hello friend. Nice seeing you after this time. I'm glad to be here. I didn't know if I was going to be able to come back to content, if I was going to be able to come back to streaming. And one day it just kind of clicked that, hey, I think I've worked through everything I need to work through, and I miss creating the content. And so I slowly but surely started back, and I have a newfound appreciation for the game again. Whereas before it was very almost frustrating because you're just playing it too much. You're playing it more than a game is necessarily meant to be played. Since I've been back, I play it within means, and I've been having a blast with it. Old Spider-Man died because of Professor X's sins. Very much so. It was such a good combo, the Spider-Man into Professor X combo. And then there's so many metas that we've been through. No put White Widow left. I didn't want to play it into the Vibranium mines. Oh, so they have to load up on Vibranium? That's a good shot too.
Opponent snapped.
I really hate the state of Professor X right now. I don't feel like I don't know that he's so much the problem as like a cannonball that just makes winning those other two lanes almost impossible. So we know they're a Deadpool destroy deck. I think we're gonna do stuff like Black Widow into Absorbing Man to copy it, and then into Grandmaster. But they can't draw. Whoa, but they've already drawn all their cards. So Black Widow doesn't do anything for us. We'd have to rely on our Shang-Chi and Shadow King on the last couple of turns.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Nocturne. The Black Widow isn't valuable for us. We do have Grandmaster to copy the White Widow to send a little bit more junk their way. Oh, I almost forgot about TLSG being live. Ook, welcome in.
I definitely need to change
Dog
my underwear.
Sea Dog New York,
Enough
maybe?
said.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. And then Shindig Cage, thank you so much for the resub as well. They've been subscribed for 15 months. Oh my god, that's more support than I deserve. Oh, my bad about to crash. My bad about the ads. I need to run them whenever I'm mid-game. Mr. TLSG, is this a one-time thing, or do you intend to stream more often? I would like to stream more often, but it's all within reason. So I'm not sure exactly what that looks like quite yet. I think we go Grandmaster and we'll play Jeff. We have these two as our kind of last turn play. We could always do a Shadow King into Absorber Man as well, to Shadow King two different lanes. Hi TLSG, glad I managed to catch the stream. Good luck in Conquerors. Muzzy, thank you so much for being here. And we're hoping to do decently in it. I don't necessarily need to win, but I'd like to make it past the first couple of rounds, just so that we have a good long stream. Even if I get knocked out, I'm going to co-stream the rest of it, so that I can interact with you guys a little bit longer, and we can kind of see, how it ends. Can't afford sub, but at least follow it is then. Yeah, Ook, no need to throw the subs. If you can't afford it, just being here is plenty. That's plenty of support for me. I don't need anything additional to that. Shadow King eating good here. Yeah. For any kind of destroy deck, he eats really, really good. I almost want to maybe Shadow King the left lane. No, I want to save to be able to do a double drop. And so maybe it's just Black Widow this turn. Welcome back to streaming. Sawbear King, thank you so much for the support and just being here. And then Anonymous Gifter, so many good vibes going around. Thank you so much for gifting to Ook. You guys don't have to do that. I know that I went AWOL for 6 months. Like, I love the support, and I just being here means the world to me. So if you want to do your Prime subs, your gifted subs, I absolutely love them, but don't feel obligated in any way, shape, or form. Cheering for you, love your videos, and welcome back to Snap. Thank you so very much. It has been an absolute pleasure to come back and just kind of get reacquainted with the state of the game. So I think we do something like, oh wait, we have initiative. Ugh. In that case, we lose, right? Because they have...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Death for the other. I should have been looking to try to drop initiative prior to that. X Feldman, thank you so much for the sub. The Prime sub, very much appreciated. I think we retreat out of this one. Because Null's going to be huge from Lamentus. Their death, I don't know that we beat a death power level. 10 power Deadpool they can't play? Yeah, but I don't know that we can overcome. So this goes down to 3, 4, 5. We would need a little bit more here. And then something like that. I think we lose this one. I'll send it. We've been having decent luck so far. Wait, they didn't play into mid? That should be bigger than what we can do though, right? We do drop that. We dropped that one by 1. That was a lot closer than what I thought it would be. I would have thought they had a null, and then no death was really surprising as well. We'll give them the cubes well earned. Yeah, by 1. That was much closer than it should have been. But we're okay with it. And then we have Conquerors starting. Are the levels good as far as like the background sounds and the mic? That was another reason I wanted to kind of jump in early, is just to kind of knock off the dust from that. Oh, and I was going to show you guys the lineup. I don't know that they've posted it yet, but let me find it. It may be in announcements.
We are the future.
Setting up the view for you guys so I can show you the Discord announcement real quick. So we have the bracket. It's only been shared in Discord right now, but so I'm on the second half, and so the way that they're going to do it is they're going to do the left half of the bracket first, and then they're going to do the right half afterwards. So I'm not going to be competing right away. I'll be co-streaming like the first, however long that first half takes, and then I'll jump in once phase 2 starts. And then Philo, you said it's lagging. And so it may be that I need to adjust the bit rate. Is it lagging for anyone else? They swapped you and STG? What do you mean they swapped me and STG? Wow, Marvel snaps Jim Halpert back on Twitch. The blanket basket is actually empty right now, and so it's sitting off in a corner all empty. It'll get full again though before long. And it's really funny that you compared me to Jim. That's what they used to call me when I was in high school. Do you have to stream with a delay? They initially said yes, but enough of us kind of requested that it be lifted, so that we could interact with chat. During the actual matches, we're going to go to like an emote-only chat so that there can't be any kind of chatters that are sniping back and forth. But we are going to be able to just have it running without the delay. Before that, it was going to be a 90-second delay, which makes it really hard to interact with you guys. Is it best of 3? No, so it's a single round elimination. So once you finish your match, after that, if you lose, you're out. And so I'm hoping to make it through at least a couple. And Wrathchild, thank you so much for the resub. It looks like it was a couple minutes ago. I missed it. Thank you so much for the support and just being here. But so single elimination. We're gonna try our very best not to get knocked out very early on, if we can help it. So we could set their symbiote to 0. We can also bring down their Red Hulk potentially on the last turn. I think I'm gonna push for the left lane a little bit harder, knowing that the symbiote can go to 0. They do have several cards discarded though. So if they have Hela, I think it'll be tough.
Opponent snapped.
No lag for you. I'm good. Seems fine. Good. And so if it seems like it starts stuttering excessively or anything like that, please let me know. Game volume may be a little high. Okay, I can actually turn it down. I brought it down just a little bit. So we always lose to Hela here if they drew it. I think Nocturne, Shadow King. And then maybe even Rock Slide. We bump up the left. We bring this down a little bit. It would come back to where they're putting their last turn. Hello, we obviously lose to. White Duck, TLSG, so glad you're back and hope all is well. Thank you so much for being here. Just after my hiatus, I didn't know how much support we were going to still have. No, we lose, even with the Hawk in place in the left lane. I thought they stacked just right for us to still be able to win. Has anyone asked the meaning of TLSG? No, not so far. I think because we have just the really dedicated people so far, it may get asked a little bit later. I haven't prepared anything for it, though. I'm actually going to switch to the build that I used at the end of last season. I ran this up to top 100, finished a infinite conquest run while traveling. So I did it. Actually don't know. What does it stand for? I don't have anything prepared for it. So whenever I streamed before, I always liked to come up with some off-the-wall meaning for what TLSG stood for. And so one time it was the lone sniper guy. There was a story about playing Call of Duty competitively, and my role was always sniper, so I was in the back. The lazy snap guy, the latest super guy. There were a lot of meanings. The true one is
hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
So it was probably, I'd say, 11 years ago now. For all of one day, it was a couple of weeks. I started a stream just to do variety gameplay, and during that time, I thought it would be funny to be known as that live stream guy. So if somebody saw it and told their friends, they could say, "Hey, have you seen that live stream guy?" And the response would be, "Which one?" During that time that I streamed, Twitch shortened that live stream guy to TLSG. And I just kind of stuck with those letters from then on out. You don't need to prepare anything. Just tell the truth as always. Yeah. And so with that, I always like to kind of make it just like a fun game around what TLSG actually stood for. But I didn't prepare anything for today. There are a couple of commands that I think are still in place for the different stories. So I think it's TLSG 1 through 4 if Nightbot is still here. If not, I can see if I can get it brought back in. Is that the true one, though? Yeah, it is. That's the true one. The idea was to create just this air of mystery around it, but that is the true meaning. So maybe Nightbot's not here. Let's see if... maybe the commands are turned off. There we go. We got Nightbot back in business. This one, no turn 7. Right now they have 4 in hand, 3 in their deck. Baron Zemo becomes really tough to use. We do have Luke Cage down. We know that they don't have one. So we could always Shadow King the left lane and get some decent value there. Do we want to Shadow King early so next turn we could do something different? I think I'm just going to Gladiator in the left lane. And then I think we need power in mid. I'm going to Gladiator mid. Next turn will be something like Shadow King plus maybe Baron just for raw stats. Might want to drop the volume of notifications. Took you long enough a bit. Like 1 point times your voice and game volume. Okay, I will drop that from the stream elements in just a second. Watch all the videos. You teach me a lot in the 2 months I've been playing. Thank you so much for being here, Cal Rosie. Any Mr. Negative love? I like Mr. Negative, but it's not a deck that is always super consistent either. Yo, are we live? We are live, Rando. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So they have Jeff. I think Shadow King has to go in the left lane. And then we look to do like Baron in the right. But I think they can easily swing this location. So maybe it's Shadow King to offset the Angela. I like this ordering. Cannon mid wins for them. Oh, that's true. It's the Athena Professor X cannon. And since we have initiative, we can't stop it. So we'll go ahead and retreat out of this one. Here comes the cannonball. Yeah, you guys are right. Man, I watched you during study hall. Really missed your videos. Subs, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here after the long hiatus. I didn't mean to take a hiatus. I didn't plan on it, but it was just one of those things that ended up happening. Been a minute. I've missed you on the YouTube side. I've been back for a little bit over a month, I think, going to about 3 builds a week instead of 7. Will you be streaming regularly? I would like to. I'd like to start trying to somehow integrate it in. Right now I'm on summer schedule, so Fridays I have most of the day. And so maybe it's something that on Fridays I can do streams at least while the summer schedule is in place, as I look to try and fit some in elsewhere as well. I watched you on the train to job interviews 2 jobs ago. Well, hopefully it gave you good luck and you were able to pick up some of those jobs from there. Let me see the sound for the subscriber. Mystic for Hire, thank you so much for the resub. Did that just come through? Or is that an old one? No, I think that was an old one. All right, so I halved the Wong one. And then I have to find out where that one's coming from. I don't know where the resub notification sounds at.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough. Shiba, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're just getting kicked off, knocking off the dust a little bit. Ooh, the store manager. Are you still in chat? I forgot about Wong enough. Yeah, I still think it's hilarious. So I kept it on there whenever I was kind of readjusting everything to start back today. And so Athena, Kitty Pryde, Hope Summers. I don't see them running the Professor X version.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe with Hope Summers they do. I could see them having Luke Cage to stop us from using Shadow King on Athena. But we'll see what it looks like. I'm going to play Luke Cage. I think we aim for a Doc Ock. I really am hesitant for Doc Ock on any game except for when there's a turn number 7, whenever we've extended it. But we'll see. With Elsa Bloodstone, if they do have Luke Cage, it becomes really tough to overcome. But I think we throw Doc Ock into Vibranium Mines. We have Shadow King to help offset their Athena. And we have Shang-Chi if we pull anything big from the Doc Ock. That is if they don't have like a Cannonball or Professor X or something similar. Welcome back. Good luck in the tournament, Im. Thank you so much.
Iron Man.
I'm hoping just to give it a good run. I don't even necessarily need to win. Just as long as it's a good, solid attempt, I'll be happy. So they do have the loot cage, so we won't be able to offset their Havoc, their Athena, anything in mid, unfortunately. So we could win mid with, I think, just a Vibranium, right? But then winning another one becomes really, really difficult. And so with them having loot cage, our counter cards in like Shadow King become much less consistent. And needing to swing this one back in our favor, we can't drop something big like a Red Hulk. We don't have initiative, so if they got too greedy, maybe we could destroy whatever they play here. But I don't think it's within range. Yeah, their kitty might, if they drop it over there. I know this player is a pretty heads up one. I don't know that they'll drop it there, knowing kind of the semblance of what we are running, but I think it's worth a try. Rando, you said, I tried your latest GM Punish deck. I named it TLSGs. Yeah, it is a just absolute abomination of a deck. I was running it at the start of the stream, but trying to look at chat and run that one, I know I was playing it really inoptimally. And we do actually swing the win with the Shang-Chi. So that was definitely a good shout, Rin.
Victory.
But I loved your old Lockdown deck with Gamora, Daredevil, and Professor X. I've actually started trying to revisit it just a touch. I haven't got it to actually pop, but I like that style too. I like the Daredevil to be able to get the insight onto a Professor X or Gamora play, and then kind of go from there. And the Store Manager, very, very good game. I almost retreated on that one. The Kitty Pride came back and kind of bit you a little bit, but it was very close nonetheless. Had you gotten Claw, you absolutely would have swindled that one away. With the loot cage, it makes it so difficult to kind of counter any of those big just resources that continue to grow. So the Havoc and the Angela, or the Havoc and the Athena, not Angela. If you beat Binks with Mill, he might uninstall the game. I do play Binks from time to time. So if we run into him with Mill, we'll see how mad it gets. Im, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm not a fan of this season's cards. Time to save the keys. Yeah, I think some of these cards this season don't necessarily scream put in every deck. Last season was a really good group of cards, but something like the 3 cost that runs out of your hand onto the board, I think that's going to be a very like a hit and miss, give or take. Half aside, how you feeling? How's the family? How's the laundry basket? Everything's good. I'm feeling good. The dogs are great. The family's great. The laundry basket right now is empty, and I actually don't know where the basket went. My daughter plays with it from time to time, and so she uses it sometimes to trap bugs, all sorts of things. But it is empty, so it can be moved around all over the place. The live stream guy actually live. We are actually live for once. It has been way too long. And then Boofin, welcome in. We are live. It has been I think over a year since I launched a live. Pour one out for the Mad Titan. For the Thanos? I think with Thanos' last patch, he's okay. I haven't really found a great home for him, but I know one of the people that are ranked like top 10 was absolutely destroying me with the Thanos build last night. I think with White Widow, I don't know if we want to Yondu yet or not. I think I'll save Yondu until they have fewer cards so we can make sure it hits something a little bit better. We're going to start trying to congest the right location so that we hopefully can combat their werewolf so it can't really bounce around. He's still bad. He needs a bit more work. I think he was absolutely cooking me last night whenever I was playing. But I think it's a little bit different than what it used to be. It's not necessarily so much tempo and much more focused around actually playing out Thanos and him not being able to be countered. You were the first Snap streamer I ever watched. And then the Fire Nation attacked, and when I needed you most, you just disappeared. Oh, I'm sorry. We absolutely have been through it. Too often he bricks the opening hands. I can see that if you don't get the stones or anything, but I think that's like always an issue for him. It's basically all in on playing Thanos out. That's true. If you're not able to, or if something happens or prevents that. I could see that. I could see that being the case. So Quake, we pulled out their Shang-Chi. Always pull it out with the
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Hey, thank you so much, Orange Monkey, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the support. I think I watched you live the last time you streamed. Yeah, it's been like a year ago. Playing against Mill always makes me blank stare into space, pondering my place in the universe. Yeah, and now I instill that same grief in my opponents by playing this deck. Yeah, Mill decks are absolutely can be some of the most frustrating decks to play in the entire game. So we know that Thor will get up by 6, so it'll be 25. I don't know if we even push for the left lane unless we can drop like Shadow King. I kind of like the idea of doing Luke Cage to like set our onslaught back to normal. And then Glyph TV, thank you so much for the resub as well. We may do Yondu, depending on the order of the cards. I don't know if Thor triggered before Jane Foster, so they may have both hammers in their hand. But I like the idea of sending this. Yo, Binks with the shoutouts. Hey, Binks, good luck today. Thank you so much for being here, Binks. I appreciate just all of the cadence that we've had. It's been a journey for sure, but I appreciate you being here. Hopefully, good luck to you on casting the whole thing. I think that's really exciting, and hopefully it's something that you enjoy, being the host. I was glad to hear that you and Eggs were both hosting it. I think they did a fantastic job picking those. So we know that this can't get any bigger. We took out their hammer, so still not within fighting range though. Since we don't have initiative, we can do Shadow King to bring this back down to size. And then we might even... I don't think they double drop over here. They might with one of the hammers. Which brings this one back up. I think we do something like this to send it home. Yeah, they have the Stormbreaker. We don't have initiative, so they'll play Stormbreaker. They can play it over here to block the Widow's Kiss, but we can set Beta Ray Bill back down to his base. Shang mid? Would Shang be better if we're needing to offset Wolf as well? It might be. You guys might be right. Shang-Chi middle might be better. Happy to see you in the tournament. You're my favorite creator. Duck, thank you so much for being here. I've said it several times, but just the amount of support that I've gotten since returning has been phenomenal. Way more than what I deserve or what I would have expected. But I appreciate all of you guys just being here. And Shang-Chi, I don't know if Shang-Chi would have grabbed that one either. They would have been left with still quite a bit in the Wolf. But it does look like we could have done Shang-Chi and Shadow King after and just left the right lane alone with Luke Cage. It's almost as if the internet missed TLSG. It can, as a creator, a lot of times it can start feeling like you're in this little bubble. Like you get so absorbed in like the numbers and forget that you actually make an impact sometimes. And so it was really humbling to come back and just see such a wave of positivity coming my way. And so I every single one of you, I know that I say it quite a bit, but I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here and just supporting me and just enjoying the content. Will you start posting Conquest runs? I want to. I I want to. I just haven't dove really deep into it. So a lot of times I record in between like meetings and calls, and so it's not always consecutive. But I would like to do some conquest runs. I think they look at it from a different lens. They're still competitive, but it's a different type of competitive, because it's a lot less on figuring out the opponent's deck from just like 1 or 2 cards and figuring out how to beat the deck that you know that they have. You get what you deserve. Thank you so much, Primo HD. I think we go ahead and magic the left lane. I think we don't even give them a chance to get the extra energy from it. You deserve it all, my man. Duck, thank you so much. The peak a mini Mr. Negative. It's always great when the peak comes up and you're running a Mr. Negative deck, but how about auto build videos? You pick a card and let Snap build you a deck. So I was actually pretty impressed with the auto deck feature, and I know that it uses some like background data from the actual like the way the builds that succeed with the cards, but I was really surprised at like how cohesive it feels. And so like as a new player, if you get Khazar, I think it actually recommends that you test out the auto deck feature to build you a deck around Khazar. And so it is a really cool way for somebody that's not super knowledgeable about every single card to still build really cohesive decks. And so definitely a win from when I was gone. I don't use it all that often, but sometimes if I'm missing like one card, I'm like, what would the system put in? And so then I run it and just kind of give it a test run. Are you streaming often, or is it just for the event today? I would like to stream more often, but I don't know. Right now I'm working summer schedule, and so I'm off on Fridays, and so I have a little bit longer or more consistent stream time on those days, but I don't know how often outside of that. I want to find some time to do it, but between work, family, and I actually kicked caffeine for the first time in like 7 years. I lived on it for a full 7 years, and I just went cold turkey. So I haven't been able to do the absolute late nights anymore, but I would like to do some more streams as I can. So we pulled out their Shang-Chi always. I think the middle location is definitely an easy one to potentially overcome. Pulling for you today. You will stream set delay for tournament. I'm not going to do any kind of delay. Initially, they had requested that we do a delay, but we were able to get it changed to the point where we're just going to do emote chat whenever we're competing. Otherwise, it's going to be live. So we have several turns. We can always offset their massive jet with something like Shadow King. I think we do Gladiator mid to help us start competing for this location. US Agent will help take down Nomura in the left lane unless they can change a location. I think we should be good after this turn. Good luck on the Conquerors. Thank you. I'm hoping to be able to at least give it a good run. If I get knocked out early, then I plan on just co-streaming it, and so I'll still be live.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
I
enough.
won't be competing. Nave is nice. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. The support is fantastic. Thank you guys for being here. And even if you don't have a Prime sub, if you can't sub, just being here to enjoy the content is more than I could ever ask. How's the collection rebuild going? You still missing any key cards? Lately it's been really bothering me that I'm missing Mockingbird. Other than that, I've been able to come quite a ways. But missing Mockingbird is really trying with things like Sasquatch and even something like Gilgamesh. I would like to do a few brews with Mockingbird included, but just don't have the means to do it. So they can move Jeff over. If they do, then we have Shadow King prepared in the left lane to take it out. I think we stack... Oh, no, we need to put something in mid. So we're going to go ahead and Matt over Matter. Thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Support is phenomenal. Thank you for being here. I'm going to play Cable into mid. Their Captain Marvel can rove. If they move Jeff, we'll set it back down to 3, but I don't think they'll cap out this left lane so that they have room for that Captain Marvel to move around. You've got to be a big fan of these new FX and SFX. Very much so. Like all of the voice lines and just, it's a little more crisp. Are we making YouTube videos? Right now, not so much, but potentially. Potentially from the Conquerors event, it might be something that I look at doing. So they do cap out the left location we do swing it back with the Shadow King. We swing mid with just the cable, and we are able to win even with Captain Marvel moving to help them win the right lane. We will grab the 4 cubes. This deck is like autopilot. Once you have played it enough, it's disruptive enough that a lot of times you can counter most of the opponent's normal game plans. Something that it struggles with is like Cerebro 3 or Loki, and even those it can still win sometimes. Will you stream too? I would like to stream more often, but it has been, don't let this one stream fool you. It's been over a year since I streamed. So I'm still getting back into the swing of it. And so let me check to make sure they haven't said anything else. So the first 4 matches will start in 30 minutes. And so once that goes live, I'll co-stream the first part of it. Please include the event name with your other title info. So I'll update that here in just a second. I'm noticing a slight lag. Not sure if it's just me. I've heard a few people say that, and then a few people said it was good. And it may be that I'm not sure what the default quality gets set at. It may not be great if I have it enabled all the way up. But Galactus and Doctor Doom were the cards that drew me to the game. Yeah, just in Galactus, I'm sad that Galactus is one of those cards that is so like frowned upon.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
He can be frustrating, but I find a lot of fun in using him or finding ways to use him. Not necessarily in a straightforward where he used to be, where it was just like there was nothing you could do, but some kind of cheeky ways to use it and surprise the opponent. And then Mariv, found you on YouTube a few weeks ago. Love how you explain things. Very soothing radio commenter voice too. Thank you so much for being here. From finding to joining the live, I appreciate all the support. Just being here to enjoy it with me is more than I could ever ask. I turn your Grandmaster Hawk deck into Mill deck because I don't have Hawk. Ooh, how well does it work with Mill? I could see Grandmaster. I just pulled a Grandmaster this week from the Spotlight caches. And so I haven't really brewed too much with him. And so how does he work in the Mill style deck? I think it's definitely an interesting line to potentially go with. But we can play Miss Marvel. We'd have to pay attention to how we position our cards. But we could play Miss Marvel. We have Luke Cage to offset the Thunderbolt. And then next turn we could always do US Agent plus Gladiator to pull one of their cards back. Old Galactus was an absolute menace. Working on any new videos for your second channel? Play, I actually am. I'm surprised that somebody asked, but I'm working on a playthrough for the early access of Hades 2. And I was actually doing, what's the name of it? It's a roguelike poker game. I'm scrolling back to it. It's been a little while. I put that on pause so I could play Hades when it released. Balatro. Yeah, Balatro. I was working on doing a complete playthrough of Balatro as well. But I put it on the back burner because Hades 2 was a new release. And so for Hades 2, I actually just finished up. So the way that those video processes go, what time does the event start? It starts at 1, so in about 10 minutes will be the first half. I'm on the second half of the bracket, so I'll co-stream while the first set of competitors compete. But for those videos, typically I do the entire playthrough. That takes anywhere from 20 to 40 hours, depending on the game. After that, I go through and I scrub all of the footage to create a script or an outline, then recording the audio for it and then adding it back in. So for Hades, I just finished up writing and recording the audio for the script. Now it's just to line up all the clips together to finish out the video. And so definitely working on a few new things. It's something that it definitely interests me for seeing how varied the long form content really is. I think we're going to do something like this. We have the Luke Cage, or maybe we just really set heavy into this lane because we'll need to overcome a potential Spectrum, the potential Mojo buff. So I think Doc Ock in mid. Next turn we can look at like Luke Cage, Valentina, Shadow King because they don't have a Luke Cage yet as well. Glad to hear you're still working on long form content. I loved your Cult of the Lamb playthrough. Those are really fun. Like it's a completely different lens than sitting down and finishing a like a Marvel Snap video. Those are very short, not really structured, and it challenges me to like look at it from that overall storytelling perspective, and it's something that I think is really fun to do. Bro, you're wholesome, and I love it. Keep being dope. Thank you so much. I am John. Thank you for being here. First off, this is my first stream in forever, so I appreciate you being here, and just appreciate all of the support and just that you're enjoying the content. So we have a 3, a 2, a 5, and so we would need to do something weird like this to keep the Miss Marvel bonus intact. Hulk Wright should win. Yeah, I guess you're... We'll see. We'll see. Nice to have a stream that is not NSFK. Empty. What is NSFK? Is that like an encoding option? Can't wait to watch your Hades video. The first one is the one Akshay, I actually never played Hades 1, and so I went into Hades 2 early access blind. And the fighting is very similar to like Cult of the Lamb, so I feel like I picked it up fairly quickly. But I think it's a really cool like take on like never having any background with the game and seeing how you can kind of adjust to it. But have you tried the new Thanos? I haven't. Thanos is one of those decks that it really takes some tinkering with to get right. And I just haven't been able to find something that's quite right. It's fine without playing Hades unless you want to know the lore. Yeah, and with Hades, like I get an idea of it. I know Hades 1 was a absolutely loved game. I don't know how it went under my radar. It was one that just never like occurred to me to play. And so when Hades 2 released, I jumped on it because it looks fun. It looks something right up my alley, like a roguelike, but has that skill element for those runs. Not safe for Kinder eggs. Oh, okay. That is not okay. Yeah. And that's definitely something that, like, I personally, whenever I first did content on that live stream channel, or just videos on an older YouTube, it was something where I didn't necessarily have that in mind. But as I got older and like my cousins started wanting to look at my YouTube, or different people started wanting to look at it, I kind of felt bad for.
I am Ego,
like,
and this is my domain.
Pretty sleek Grandmaster that we got from their White Palace. I'm gonna go ahead and snap into Ego though. We don't see Ego very often. Grandmaster Ego sending Grandmaster to his death. But during those videos, when my cousins and other family wanted to start watching it, it was kind of almost, I felt bad, because that's definitely not the way that I speak around them. And so with this channel, when I started, I have a family, I have other people that may eventually stumble upon my videos. Yeah, I definitely snapped into the Ego. They may eventually stumble upon my videos, and I want them to be something that is not, that anybody could watch, that I don't have to worry about having it loud when my daughter's home. And I want anybody that's watching it to be able to have that same comfort. Hades won Game of the Year when it came out. Yeah, I know. So I started looking into it. I have no idea how I slept on. I didn't even. It never even came across my radar. I didn't know that it existed until somebody recommended Hades 2 to me. And I am John Locke. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. So there's an unwholesome version of TLSG. I was younger. And it was in the earlier days of YouTube where when you're doing commentary, loud equals good. And so it was like much more just like swearing and things like that. It didn't really add value. And so whenever I started this one, I realized that it didn't add value. And so I made a effort, because I don't use that kind of wording in most day-to-day life, and so I need to see it. So nobody's ever asked about it or found it. It still exists out there. It's still there somewhere, if you're able to uncover it. And then All Out Chopper, great to see you. Good luck. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. After this match, I think I'm actually going to prep over and start looking at doing the co-streaming for the event, and so we'll be able to sit through that as well. When does the Hades 2 fully release? I don't know. It just came out in early release, but as an early release game, oh well, that's an outright loss. As an early access game, I was able to put in more time into just getting a first run completion than sometimes I do in full-fledged releases. Just leave your opponent didn't snap back because they're a coward. Yeah, that's true. If anyone honors the double snapback against Ego, even if it's a loss, I typically will stay. But you're right, they didn't snap back, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Where's your laundry basket? I actually don't know. My daughter plays with it now. Sometimes she like traps bugs. Sometimes she scoots her dolls around and her toys around the house. So I don't see it anywhere. I don't know. I'm a little concerned for it as well. Let me see what the Conquerors event looks like, so we can get that switched over. I'm gonna update let me see if they've actually launched it or not. So I know it goes live at 1, so we're really, really close. I don't think we even have time for a full match. Over 200 viewers on your return. Yeah, the love is very real. I didn't know if I was gonna come back to any viewers on my videos, and then to still be pushing like 20,000 is crazy. And then for this, we're live now. 200 people, 200 of you guys joined in. I couldn't appreciate you more. Let's see. All right, so we got it here. I'll adjust. Are all the levels and everything still good? So with this, and I'm sure they'll touch on it a little bit. But with this, I'm not competing until the second half of the bracket. And so the first half, they're going to go through the different competitors, and the second half is going to wait until they're done so that they can stream more of the games on stream. Music is a bit loud. All right, let's... How's that? Is that a little bit better? Great people follow great content. Just all of the support. I really thought I was going to come back to...
Did someone turn up the heat?
Very few.
No. It's just the Conquerors Summer Snap-Off. We've got some of your favorite creators who will be battling for some good old Marvel Snap glory. In today's event, 16 players will compete in a single elimination bracket. Each deck must include this season's new card, Gilgamesh. After each matchup, the players must play with a new deck that has at least 5 new cards. So let's dive into the deep end and get this thing started. Binks, eggs, take it away.
Video is overpowering your voice. How's that? Who's casting?
What is up, everybody?
Binks and
Welcome
eggs. Uh-oh. Can everybody not hear, or is it just me?
I'm feeling so good, Eggs. Thank you so much for the introduction. I am so incredibly excited for today. I've competed in the last 2 Conquerors. So privileged and excited to be hosting here with you today. Do you want to get us started and talk a little bit about the format for what we're going to be doing here today?
Absolutely. So today we will have 16 competitors facing off in a single elimination 4-round bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So we have all these competitors bringing 4 different decks that they're going to be using in each of the different rounds with no repeats. And what's really, really cool about this is that every single deck is going to be featuring the brand new season pass card, Gilgamesh. Super excited to see what people do. What are you expecting as far as how people are going to be utilizing Gilgamesh in these decks?
That is an excellent question. I'm very curious to see what gets cooked up. I think that we're going to see a good amount of blue marble decks, some other maybe interesting control decks putting Gilgamesh to work. I am interested to see where this goes.
5 of the cards are different than any of the other decks.
Absolutely. I think that it's so cool. We have all these different people who kind of like cook up these different decks, and all these people who create content. So they're very used to building new and unique decks. And talking about our amazing competitors, let's take a peek at the first batch.
Awesome. So today in our first round, we have competing Alozi, Lambie, our returning champion,
good,
King
Marvis.
Venom, Jeff Hoagland, Hannah's Cat Cafe, Guggly, Elissery, and Doughy Cat.
Oh, wait. Yeah, all amazing competitors here. I'm really excited to see Lambie series compete again. I think that, being the returning champ is super, super amazing. I've been watching a lot of Doughy Cat recently. I think that her vibe is great, and she's been getting really, really competitive and getting a lot better at the game. And then we have Jeff Hoagland, who's been, a card gamer for a very long time. Really excited to see what he brings to the table. Let's jump over to our other 8 and see while we round things up. We have Pawnee Pun, TLSG, Super Tech God, Spyro ZA, Aoi, NH Koru, Yo Woody NJ.
I think they did a really good job of the lineup. Like a lot of these are
very exciting group we've got here. Lots of people hailing from all over the world. Very excited to see what they bring to the table. Some of those people I would even name as the meta creators, especially TLSG, who I think a lot of us go to for those new decks.
Hey, TLSG,
so I'm excited to see where we go from here. Let's take a look at that bracket, actually, and see who we're starting out with.
Yeah, with so many cool creators, there's going to be so many amazing different matchups here. We're going to be starting over here on the left side of the bracket. The one that I'm really excited to see is going to be Hannah's Cat Cafe against Yo Woody MJ. I think Yo Woody MJ is what really pushes the meta, and a lot of his cooks are different and can really kind of explode in the scene. And Hannah's Cat Cafe has been getting really competitive recently. I see her pull a lot of tricks out of her hat, which is really cool. She's really scrappy, so I'm really excited to see stylistically how that matchup works out. Which matchup are you most excited for?
I definitely agree about Hannah. I've seen it firsthand, especially in the UK together. She is a underdog that I'm excited to see. I am excited for Koru versus Spyro. Koru hailing from Spain and Spyro from South Africa. That is who we're watching first, and I am very excited to see what they are bringing to the table.
It's so cool to see all these different creators go head to head against each other. I think these head to head matchups really you get to kind of shine and show your style of playing and your style of deck building. I think it's going to be really amazing to see what these creators just kind of bring to the table for us. With these single elimination type matchups, it's really tough because you have 4 decks, right? You have to decide, what's your strongest deck you're going to bring, what's your weakest one, which one is the most counterable, and which round to bring those in. So let me ask you this, Eggs. If you were going in, and let's say you had your decks ranked like 1 through 4, are you bringing the strongest to the first round to make sure you get to the second? Or are you saving that one for if you make it to the finals? What would your strategy be?
That's a really good question. I think I'd probably play it safe with a little bit of control. Tough to say if I want to hold on to that and keep it in my pocket, but also I really like the idea of keeping my opponent guessing.
I'm sorry.
And I'm interested to see if we get any of those random generation, maybe a Loki deck to keep our opponents on their toes. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, surprise cards, especially, if you're going up into a matchup, people know the brackets going in. If you know that you're probably like an underdog, you're going against someone like a Lambie who's just, one of the best in the world. you're probably going to bring your deck that you think, maybe this deck isn't the strongest, but I know that if I can kind of surprise them with something crazy, get a huge AQber, that's going to be my path to the next round. So I think it is just kind of who you're playing against and how you want to kind of structure those different decks.
A direct browser
I'm also
link,
excited to see like how people use Gilgamesh. Are people going to go all in on Gilgamesh? Are people going to have decks that try and counter Gilgamesh strategies? Are they just going to throw him in as a card in another really strong deck and just kind of play with the different cards? So all these things that you have to go in thinking, how am I going to use this best? Have you thought about how you would kind of build your decks for this kind of tournament?
No, the whole tournament's going to be today.
I have put a little bit of thought in it, but you know who I want to see is making their decks right now and going head to head? Koru and Spyro. We're going to jump into that game right now.
Yeah,
once again, Koru coming from Spain and Spyro coming from South Africa. Excited to see this international head-to-head.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I see Spyro's favorite card there being Cannonball. I'm going to guess he's going to have some kind of Professor X Cannonball deck jumping into this. And look at this. Right now, we were here in the gameplay. So we already have had our first match here. It looks like
you're just a bit quieter than the stream,
but I think cubes early on.
But I think you should be a bit
jumping right into round 5.
What's jumping out for
you?
Goodness, we've got a high Evo on Koru's side, which is something that I personally was trying out because I think that high Evo is very strong considering Gilgamesh is looking for those buffed cards.
So I tried a high
you have the Hulk itself
build. I couldn't get it to pop.
You have Sunspot, you have Misty Knight that's going to throw buffs all the way across your board.
Counter the opponent's
definitely
buffs.
An interesting way to build this
really well.
And it looks like over on Spyro's side, we have kind of a zoo focused deck. We see Khazar, we see these different one drops out there, and the Rogue. We were talking about counter cards. Talk about that Rogue that just comes in and sweeps up the Khazar, taking so many buffs away. But the Blue Marvel comes in. It's going to be a huge Gilgamesh if they end up playing it.
Yeah, I think that Rogue is definitely one of the scarier cards here when you are focused on.
Nope, I play on the second half of the bracket.
Buffs across the board.
So all of the first half matches are being played at the same time.
Your Gilgamesh is probably going to come out pretty tiny, a 5/7, but still a large card, and you sort of have to make that decision between do I put Gilgamesh down, even if I don't got a ton of buff, or am I dropping my Hulk?
Yeah, I'm not sure really what Koru's going to do here. You might have to start thinking about retreating. Any decent-sized card coming left and anything coming middle, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But 2 cubes and 4 cubes, it's going to be tough here. We're not exactly sure what Spyro can pull out, and it does look like Koru's going to give this round, and we're going to go down 4 cubes here. It's going to be tough for Koru to come back, and I think that we're going to jump over to another game and see what else we have.
I appreciate you hanging in there and trying to troubleshoot this with me.
But yeah, it's tough.
I haven't done any co-stream, so I may just switch it over to
I don't know how you feel about that. I don't know how
Chrome
much you play Conquest, but being down 6-10 can feel really tough.
I always feel like I can turn things around pretty quickly, but
a Chrome view instead of the actual.
For those watching
link.
at home, you can see on the side here we do have the current health of each of the active games, so that we can stay up to date on what is happening while we are watching. For example, what we just jumped in on, Alozi and Pawnee.
Yeah, talk about being down 6-10. Alosi finding herself in the same position here. It looks like a Surfer deck that we have available here for Alosi. We have the Magic in there to extend out the game. Red Guardian is rubbing its hands together. I tell you what, seeing that Nebula on the other side of the board, one of my favorite things to pick off there. Interesting to see what Pawnee Pun's going to do. I think Nebula's a really just simple Gilgamesh card, right? It's almost always going to get +2 unless Red Guardian comes in to punch in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I also wonder if you hold Red Guardian for a little bit longer. I feel like I've seen a few games where you pop your Red Guardian just for tempo purposes, and then you sort of regret that once another card comes down that would really benefit from getting taken out by Red Guardian.
Oh, I've definitely been there. You play it here on turn 2, or, it's kind of like 3 energy turn with Superflow. Next turn they play Wong.
Yeah.
Just crushed him with that card, right?
So I switched it over to
but on
just
Pawnee's side, it looks
view.
like we have Nebula. Nakia,
All right,
I love
she's
seeing Nakia.
making the decision if she wants to play Magic here. I am.
See if that does any better for us. Sing for
we're
an audio.
gonna take Nakia here.
Sing for an audio
Okay.
test.
Nakia versus Nakia
How's that? Any
action,
better?
things that you love to see. I
Now
think
you're
that
really, really
Nakia
quiet.
into Absorbing
All right,
Man is
I
one
can
of my
fix that.
favorite lines to play, even though it's bad. It just feels good to just buff up all the cards in your hand, especially in a Magic
how
deck.
about-
Maybe it's something you consider.
It's quite
But I
zoomed
think
in.
she's just going to take the main buff here. Really interesting to see as we go through this game what other cards Pawnee Pun is kind of bringing to the table here. You know, is she going more of a surfer plan, or is she maybe just doing kind of like a pure hand buff pan, you know, going for things like Brood, Mysterio, things that can take those buffs and multiply them across the board, getting your Gilgamesh even bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am curious to see if is running Luke Cage, because that Necrosha is definitely gonna make some trouble.
We're so needy.
Sides.
No. This is the first time
that Quake has got to hurt.
Yeah,
you're 1/3
it's always so
volume
tough
of the
having
previous.
like your own card come out and counter you. It's not a good feeling, I tell you what. Luckily, she did have that magic, so she's only going to lose energy for a single turn, or at least net energy against Pawnee Pun.
Make yourself a little bit louder.
Interesting to see kind of how this progresses. Now knowing that you have Silver Surfer and Absorbing Man, you have to be feeling good. No snaps coming out from either player. If you were on either side of this, do you think you'd be snapping
the opposite direction?
I don't know if this is a snap-worthy hand on Alosi's side.
Okay.
I only think
how about now? Is that better? The balance is much better now, but I would prefer your mic to be loud. Wait, that may have been too loud.
Let's see. Magic's getting a buff. Red Guardian's
Saint, welcome in. Thank you guys always,
as
always, for being here
right now to feel like it's snap worthy.
Perfect. Great balance
awesome.
now.
And I think
Perfect.
we're actually gonna get to jump over to
improving with every step. We were hitting everything we could.
Jump to.
Is there drops going on? Yes, there are currently drops ongoing right now.
At the action, see where here hand another.
So right now we have Pawnee and Alosi.
So there's going to be a huge power push.
TLSG live pog. Will you be posting videos on demand on YouTube? Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear that?
So I'm very curious.
I'm not sure. I don't think there's live.
If we actually do
transcoding.
Have a Killmonger,
I'm actually going to respond.
I know
to that
we
one.
talked about just one-on-one when we were talking about what kind of Gilgamesh decks we could run. I think Nova's a really interesting thing. A lot of people are going to be running that Nebula, and I think that having Killmonger in your back pocket could be very handy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it could be used both off.
Why do they never show the end of games? I think it's kind of like an NFL pass. They just want to be always in the action, but it'd be like missing the touchdown on each of the games. And then
it's gonna be an interesting
the KG the agent. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated.
Especially against a Surfer deck, Storm is always the scariest thing. You know, are they going to cut everything off a turn early?
Oh, I didn't miss much. No, Indy, you're actually right on time. I don't compete until the second half of the bracket. So once all of these games are done, we'll be picking it up. And actually probably need to be paying attention to some of these builds to get some inspiration. Because mine may be pretty standard compared to some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I would be a little. Oh, the snap. Was that a snap on both sides?
I think it was just Pawnee that we saw there coming out with the snap. So we're gonna see.
Let's go. You're the man. Wishing you the best for Conquerors. Thank you so much. Even if I get knocked out, I'll co-stream the rest of it, and so I'll be live through the end of it regardless.
From what she wants.
I'm very. I don't know. I feel
hopefully
like filling the
some of these builds
scary,
like Silver Surfer, I wanted to do a Silver Surfer build, but I didn't have Sebastian Shaw.
Pretty cool.
And so I didn't end up.
Doesn't do much here, unfortunately.
I didn't end up going with that line because I don't have Shaw unlocked.
Unless Alosi has maybe like an Odin hidden in the deck that's going to be kind of scary. It really depends. I'm not sure from Pawnee's position what you do. Just like you said, like getting your board locked like this, your opponent knows where you can play, and they probably have a pretty good idea about what cards can come out here. Maybe we see a retreat from Pawnee Pun. What are you thinking here?
I think for Pawnee, this is definitely a get out now. We filled the board, and honestly, I see that Alosi can just drop a Gilgamesh in that right lane and take it.
I guess if it's just a Gilgamesh, like the Mysterio or the Shang-Chi can get over top. I'm wondering if she's scared of how big this Nakia
thank you so much for the follow.
She's considering Shang-Chi here. But it does look like she retreats. Never retreat now in these games. Never retreat now.
Yeah, I think she made the right choice there for sure.
I think retreating is a good thing to do here. Yeah, you just don't really know how much power can come out here. I think we can jump out here to maybe one of the other games to see what our other competitors are looking at. We're going to jump right into Hannah Cat
So
Cafe
this one
stream,
is
who
a
chose to
Mockingbird, which I don't have yet.
Collapse
You should do
Minds.
commentary as well.
Very interesting
with
choice that I
what
don't
you would
think
do
people
in
give enough
the
credit
case.
to. What are your thoughts?
So it's a bit tough because I don't know the builds necessarily.
Especially with
this
these
one I
decks
do
where
because
people
we
are
get to see
trying
the
to hand
tracker.
out those buffs, and maybe you're running that blue Marvel or a
Keeping
Kazar.
rocks alive.
I really think that Collapse Mine could
They
be
kept the rocks
beneficial.
alive so that they could play
but it looks
Mockingbird
like we do make that
for a
pass
deep
right now
discount.
so that we can clear that out.
But it's still risky. It's
Not
always
much
risky
going
to do
on
that.
Hannah's side. A lot in her hands, but not too much going on the board right now.
Well, this can always be, a scary thing going against Surfer, right? You don't see much on the board. You see that Sarah come out, and
we're
you
seeing
just
a
have to
lot
wonder,
of Surfer,
you have
which
to go
is
through like a
little more
step-by-step
surprising for me.
progression, thinking about all the different
And Surfer without
ways
Shaw
that you can get hit. Now,
is
she
kind
does
of
have a Luke
feels
Cage
kind of
for
crazy
that
too.
Necrosha lane, which
I
think
guess
is
the
a
thought
very
was there's going to be a
surprising
lot
amount
of
power
one
that
cost
a lot of
Zood
people won't
builds,
necessarily
and so
expect.
something like a
And she has
Killmonger
the Invisible Woman
could
tech.
sweep
I think
some of the
Invisible
games.
Woman can have some issues in these decks because if you want to
what channel are they streaming on? They're streaming this on twitch.tv/MarvelSnap. So on the Marvel Snap channel.
Kind of like weighing
Yeah. So we have to use our own collection in these matches. And so coming back and not having as many cards, I'm a little bit more hamstrung than
So,
otherwise, because I would have
Shadow King
liked
is
to
always
do
an interesting
a Silver
one,
Surfer style,
especially
but
to hide
use
underneath,
Shaw just has that like
Invisible
one
Woman.
mass stat stick, and then Gilgamesh could swing another
So
lane.
we are looking at
Same thing with
Luke
Mockingbird.
Cage
For
throwing
Zoo style
Grid down,
builds, I
followed
wanted
by
a
Surfer,
Mockingbird
so
slotted in,
left lane
but I wasn't
is
able
going to end up
unlock it in time.
Yeah, left lane's going to get bumped up quite a bit.
Mockingbird will be 9. Sarah's a 5.
And they do have Luke Cage, so it looks like they were probably anticipating
like
some counter cards.
5,
I think with
Necrosha, over there on the left, so
Luke Cage in the left helps try to win that one, but
even a double Surfer,
Absorbing Man to copy
something else there isn't going to be enough.
The Brood is
I bet
always
that
a
she
huge
wishes
stat
that she had the
stick.
chance to get,
It's really
some
hard
of
to
the,
overcome how
Brood
much
out
power
early,
that can
because
spread
then she
across
could
the
have done
board.
the awesome play of hiding that Shadow King and then playing like Surfer Absorbing Man to
It's tough
buff
to catch
one
up
of her
without
lanes and also
spending
go at
money.
it. And now we can
And
see
I've been
kinda,
spending a
Woody side
little
here
bit,
slamming down Luke Cage as well,
not
which is
anything
gonna be kind of
excessive,
a
but
big
just to kind of
surprise
accelerate
push
it.
that's
I've
gonna
gotten a
come
lot
out
of the
from over
core
there.
cards, so like
Yeah.
Red Hulk, keeping up with all of the
If I'm
new
Hannah,
releases.
I think I'm
but there's
out of
some
here. I just don't feel like
that
I
I'd
have
like to
enough on the
pull,
board or a strong
like
enough
Mockingbird,
final turn
Shaw,
to
that
really
are
stick around for 4
good,
cubes.
but not as
Oh, we're staying in.
flexible. So I couldn't
we got the
brew
Luke
as
Cage.
much with them.
Stereo. We're looking at 19 left. If I guess Hannah might have changed her play at the very last second. So it's going to be a tie right.
Moving that Silver Surfer on the left side might be the change you need, and unfortunately not enough for that tiebreaker.
That's something you hate to see if you're Hannah's Cat Cafe, because we saw on her screen that Silver Surfer was over on the right side, would have knocked her up 2 points, been up 14.
Yeah, it takes some time
on the
to
right,
even see them, regardless
over on
if
the
you
left.
have the resources.
And that just always hurts. It always hurts to.
But I didn't miss enough
I've
that
done it so
they
many
come
times
through
that
fairly
last
often.
second, you make a
Every few
change
days,
and then
I feel like
you just get jumped back.
a good one comes up. I'd also like to get
Jumping over
Pixie
here to Jeff
to brew some
Googly
just kind of fun
versus,
Pixie decks,
Googly.
but again, don't quite have it just
Athena
yet.
deck from Jeff, like Athena Dark
So for
type
his,
deck. Very interesting.
he's
Athena
running
does have some
a
pretty good interactions with
Athena like junk style deck. Very interesting.
Yeah, this looks like this could be the end here. Okay. It is not enough. And Jeff takes his first round, moving on to the second round of single elimination.
Wow. The other one was
nicely done.
a
Congrats,
Loki
Jeff,
brew.
on that one. Let's look at his deck here. We've got
The Ravone is a nice one
pretty
here.
basic Angela package. Thena, who is just sweeping the competition, honestly. And Darkhawk in this package is interesting as well.
The Cyclops feels
Cyclops in the
interesting.
I'm not.
I'm not too sure where
that's
that is.
Maybe the wrong card that got added into there, but yeah, just a really awesome Athena deck.
It may have been that he needed a fifth card to change and was like, 3/4 is good enough.
Really, really powerful. Okay, final turn here. For
Cannonball, I think, is really good, but it's also very popular, so
and this will be deciding.
It doesn't have as much surprise factor anymore as it used to. White Widow is very flexible, can be slotted into just about anything. And so I like White Widow the most. And then US Agent is fun, but I wouldn't say it's a core part, especially with Luke Cage being pretty popular.
Really cool counters. We talked about the counters.
The Super Scroll and the Rogue trying to steal some counterplay. When do you play? I play on the next wave. So once these, I think, 4 matches get done, I'll be playing on the next set.
All right, we're back with Hannah and Woody.
And whenever I start playing, I'll have to switch it over to emote only chat.
Game, hoping she can turn this one around.
For those. That way nobody can kind of jump back and forth and stream snipe.
Very, very interesting, but both decks with Luke Cage, so they just simply don't care.
So much Sage around. I should have considered.
Games are always going to be funky. I wonder if she just hucks that invisible woman over there and just says, "Give me a random 2-drop."
There's a lot of Sage. She's flexible, but I wouldn't feel like she's absolutely core in most things. It's like a little more flexible or higher ceiling.
Hoping to top deck a Shadow King. Not that that's going to work with Luke Cage now that I'm looking at it, but always interesting to see here. Just throwing Gilgamesh and Tarnax and getting a Gamora, get a little 1-point buff there for you.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that Woody filled his board so early. And
Woody
now I guess the major
like
hope is to be able to fill Tarnax
the
so he can
Patriot,
get that
Iron
Dazzler
Lad,
buff.
Absorbed
But
Man,
I think that Hannah might be in a good position here.
She's just going to have to calculate, right? Because you know that you're not going to have to worry about Surfer Absman because the Surfer will go away in Tarnax and Absman won't be able to copy it. So you know you're just playing against one Surfer buff. +2 is the only thing that you can get right. And you're looking at a max of +8 middle. So +8 middle is pretty serious. That Shadow King's not going to work with Luke Cage. Man, I'm trying to work out a way for Hannah to win here, though. It seems easy, but if Yo Woody has that Surfer, this is going to be a really, really tough win.
So we can play Silver Gilgamesh.
So of the 4, I have to pick one of the
here.
2. And I've been going back and forth on 2 of the ones. I'm not sure which one I'm going to want to pick.
Right side. So only Hope and Luke are getting that
what do you say are
there.
Good Nocturne and Jeff replacements?
2,
yeah,
4.
10 +6.
So Nocturne and Jeff are really good at being able to reposition your power. Depending on
maybe you just drop
where you end up hitting your opponent. And so you might even go something like Nightcrawler here, just as one of the replacements. And then the other one you could go with another like solid 3 cost on reveal. Like Red Guardian, Gladiator I think would both be solid backfills for Nocturne.
This is going to be I don't think even the +10 right is going to be enough.
Drops should be enabled. Fire Ninja.
To make your best play available, right? Maybe hope that Tarnax screws your opponent over in some way. The Cerebro, they got extra points, right?
Oh no! Unfortunate. I think that will be the deciding factor. Unfortunately, on the right side.
And Yo Woody has to be really happy that there wasn't another way for this to happen here.
Oh, no.
Again, the Invisible Woman being tough, because if you could have gone Surfer middle and Gilgamesh right, maybe you would have been able to pull off enough points, but really, really tough, especially getting that Cerebro. Congrats to Yo Woody. Moving on to the next round. Again, just a really solid Patriot Blue Marvel Surfer Brood deck. Very, very exciting there.
Okay. I believe this is our last game of round 1. Alozi and Pawnee may be tying up right here. Let's see.
I lost and I didn't even have Nova. That's so embarrassing.
Oh no,
man.
Rough.
Congratulations to Pawnee on that one.
Yeah, great job, Pawnee. A very interesting matchup. A lot of Surfers in the first round. So interesting how many people brought a similar deck to the first round. Maybe some people are kind of doing a lot of different things. But congrats to Pawnee with this kind of, Brood, Absman, Surfer deck. You got the Blue Marvel.
Fire Ninja. I don't think you need to do the drop, but they should be enabled automatically as long as you have your Snap account
really
linked.
Interesting. I wish we could have seen a little bit more of each individual one, but from what we saw, there was some really competitive gameplay going on. Any moments that really stood out to you?
That's Cerebro. I'm still trying to do the math there to see if it really did make the difference, but man, is that unfortunate. But yeah, we saw a lot of kind of one-sided matches. I'm very curious to see how the next round goes. And maybe we can take a look at that bracket before we scoot over there.
Yeah, so now we're going to be
it's working
over
perfect
here on the right side. So
we have Jeff moving into semis already.
Which
Woody,
matchup do you think you're most excited
Spyro,
for?
all very seasoned competitors.
Simple answer is Lammy versus Loopy, and I am going to vote for the underdog here. I'm going to really hoping that Loopy can maybe get our champion out
is it about
of
time
here and
for me to
give
start?
everybody
I may
else
need
a little
to
bit of a chance
may
going
need to switch
forward.
over. I gotta launch the game back again.
And other than that, I'm excited to see Doey. I believe this is her first big competition that I've seen her play in. And what are you thinking?
Yeah, Doey TLSG I think is really exciting. You know, TLSG is someone who doesn't really go to many competitions, but he's cooking up unique decks every single day. So I'm sure that he put a lot of work into finding these 4 decks. And Doey has been streaming a lot more recently. Been really trying to push
Mr. Mjolnir coming out.
I know that she says I was in her chat the other day. She says she doesn't really match up against many of these players on ladder. So at the very least, it's going to be a great opportunity to show what she's got against some of these other people, which is really exciting. And you mentioned that Loopy Lammy matchup. I'm just so excited for that one. You know, I am someone who's gotten matched up against Lammy in the first round of a tournament before, and it is really scary. You just kind of got to throw everything that you can. You know, try and maybe play a deck that has some surprises in it, because if you can sneak a really crazy
the Mjolnir, it was Mjolnir.
Kind of like even out the sides and put yourself in a position.
The Mjolnir was the one that
be in the winner seat
that I had set
once
up.
Lammy gets ahead of you, he's just gonna bully you with snaps and bully you and be ahead the whole rest of the time. So I think you gotta go hard, and you gotta take risks early to try and get ahead.
I think that Loopy is really sweating it out, but I do think he has the potential to take over here. And I think that the biggest thing is because we've seen so much of Lammy competing, you can sort of start to pick apart what his weaknesses are. So we'll see how far that goes.
Awesome. And we do have a giveaway here. So if you are in the chat, keep your eyes on the chat. We are going to do a 1,000 gold giveaway, and you got to have the fastest fingers. You got to be ready to go, because that code is coming down. So keep your eyes on the Twitch chat.
Don't listen to me, bro.
Chance to get 1,000 gold.
Yeah,
you can do it. I'm hoping to at least make it a couple of rounds, if nothing else.
Fast enough to redeem it on that Marvel Snap website, you will get those 1,000 gold. And we've got a lot more to give away, so don't get too upset. But keep an eye on the chat right now. We will have a mod, I believe, dropping that code in there. Oh, there it is. Hurry up.
There it is. Who's fastest? I'm going to try.
You're going to try.
Chat, let us know right now which of those matchups in the early rounds were you most excited for. Which deck did you like? We'd love to hear what you think, chat. I think that getting to showcase these creators and see what they bring to the table is super exciting. So cool to see what people say and what people were excited for. And I'm just really excited for this next round. I think that these early rounds are
the best player out there. Don't let him fool you.
There's a lot to see.
I don't know. I've never done a structured competition, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Smaller and smaller groups, and we're going to be really excited.
I'm actually going to run
all these creators.
A quick ad break, so it doesn't hit in the middle of our matches. And then I'm going to set it to emote only chat for when I come back. But we're able to use Untapped in the tourney, so I have it, but it's not on the screen.
Favorite card Legion.
So I'm going to run a quick ad break, and then we'll switch over to the emote only chat.
Who loves his big destroy decks. What do you think about these two creators? I know you've had the chance to chat with both of them.
I do love both of these guys. I don't know if it's a widely known fact, but Lammy is hailing from Singapore and Loopy is from the US. Both just all around excellent people. I spent a ton of time with Lammy in the UK, just a really fun guy, and just honestly constantly thinking about Snap. If you're surprised by that information at all.
not at all. He's a competitor in spirit. You know, he's been one of the highest ranked in many different card games. He's come to Marvel Snap, and he's shown why he's been at the very top of the ladder almost every single season. He's someone that I watch whenever I'm trying to get better at the game. I think that the way that he looks at the game is a little bit different. And if you just want someone with good, amazing vibes, Loopy Fist is there for you. I can't tell you how often I'm hanging out on Loopy stream. He's dancing, he's playing some amazing music, he's playing some crazy wild combo decks. Just two awesome people, and whoever wins, we're going to be incredibly happy for.
Absolutely. I'm very excited for this. And
I forgot I could talk.
Just a positive force.
I was thinking I was emote only for a second.
And,
I can talk for
any
of those of you that are still here.
Just outside too. A lot of my friends love that guy.
Yeah, great
so
dude.
We are jumping right in. Let's go.
Ooh, and I need to pause.
Awesome. So we can get a little peek.
That's going to be distracting.
It looks like Lambie, we can get a peek at his deck list.
All right, so here we go. All right. And so we have the Echo as the kind of surprise play, looking to try to see if maybe they're using like a Patriot, an Ultron, a Blue Marvel, see if we can counter that in any way, shape, or form. We also have Thena. I think she's a fantastic role player right now. So let's play Thena into Necrosha, and we'll see how it goes. Mysterio. So Patriot, potentially Sasquatch, Mockingbird, all very, very likely here. So I like the idea of getting Echo down. I'm going to play Echo to the left. We're going to start working on our Angela. We have Enchantress as another counter to those ongoing cards. The Wakanda Embassy helps us with the kind of power scaling for Gilgamesh to hit a little bit better. They do opt to go into mid, unfortunately. Wow, Mockingbird is big here. Coming in at 9 power after everything is said and done. So let's go ahead and play Jean Grey to the left. If they do any kind of ongoing, it's going to have to get locked there after this turn. We can cap out with something like Jeff, and then we'll go from there. So Nico into Squirrel Girl. So if it looks like definitely an Ultron, definitely like a Patriot style. And so I'm wondering if maybe we can... Maybe we can disrupt their line enough so that any ongoings would have to be played into the Echo. We'll see. You guys, I don't know that I can explain how nervous I am. Like, I know there's no stakes to this, but I'm so incredibly nervous. Because we went into this blind. So Wasp into, a Blue Marvel. So we can use Enchantress into mid. And so depending on if we have initiative going to this last turn, they're very, very capped. So... This brings everything down. Would this be worthwhile enough? I think we've won in the left lane. Oh, no, they have initiative. So a big Gilgamesh. Big Gilgamesh comes down before anything we can do. And so that'd be 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14 power Gilgamesh. If this is the real Mysterio.
Victory.
If the real Mysterio was left, I think they had a shot at being able to win that one. Thank you guys for the hearts. Thank you guys for being here. I keep forgetting that you guys can hear me but can't interact. But we'll see. We'll see how the rest of this one goes. An early start doesn't always mean everything. We have Kraven, which is fantastic for Great Web. I would love to see that one. And then Absurdity and Charlando, thank you both for these subs. Let's see. I almost think we have to play into Pet Mansion here, but it's going to pull over into Great Web, right? So I think Craven gets a lot of buff from this one, which helps that lane. We have Gilgamesh to swing another, or Enchantress / Echo, if they're going with those ongoings. I love all the emojis going. Oh, wow. Cards are going to get pulled everywhere this game. So let's do Athena. We're going to do, I guess, Echo here. And then we'll see. I think Echo gets pulled over into the left pretty quickly. I'd like to get a Jeff so that we can move him out of the Great Web eventually. Ooh, we knocked out their Mobius, right? We knocked out their Mobius with the Echo play coming in huge. So I don't know. I may be coming in huge. I'm not sure. Other than like Mockingbird, no. Maybe a Pixie? We'll see. So we have the Enchanters. We have Juggernaut as well. I like the idea of maybe throwing Juggernaut. We have Nightcrawler now to move out and then eventually into. So let's go ahead and snap into this one as well. We have the Athena that's continuing to scale. We have a Nightcrawler that can move out eventually. Gilgamesh would be fantastic. And so we get a lot of good lines here. We do get the retreat from Koi. And so doing okay so far. Still incredibly nervous. Like, I don't know if you can see it. My hands are shaking. Like, there's no like the stakes are non-existent, but incredibly nervous. Very glad to be invited to one though. We have the Bink snaps in the chat. Second City Wolverine. Thank you guys for all the follows, all of the support. Very, very much appreciated. So when a card moves into Kunlun, it gets bonus power. I kind of like the idea of maybe doing Angela will stack like Nightcrawler, Jeff, those sorts of cards here into moving them over into the Craven lane later. That should give us a competing lane here, and then we can look at maybe Elsa Bloodstone to get our Gilgamesh in the game also. Ooh, Necrocia's tough. I do like the idea of Jean Grey. Next turn, we can do something like Athena into Jeff. And then that gives us a really good target for like a potential Echo, potential Enchantress. So I'm actually going to snap into it. I like to play aggressively rather than once the game is pretty well unfolded. And so we'll see. We'll see if we can get maybe 2 cubes off of it. So Mockingbird over in the right location. Wow, into Necrocia. So not gonna be it's not gonna be a big Gilgamesh game. Because even with like a blue Marvel down, none of the cards get above that limit. Ours should be able to, the Angela and the Athena, and then like the Craven, the cards moving over to the left. But anywhere else is really, really unfortunate. Unless maybe they have Luke Cage teched in. Ooh, so we do see the Pixie come down along with the Mysterio. So that makes it a lot riskier. We don't know exactly what is going to come down the pipeline. Could be any type of cost cards. And so we do have Juggernaut here, but that caps us out here. I kind of like doing something like... Wait. Victory. What? Oh, I guess whatever they drew probably wasn't a good top deck. We will take the 2. We'll take the 2 where we can. We'll slowly chip away at it. Just a little bit. And we get Athena again, which is so beautiful to see. We have the Enchantress coming down. All we really need to restrict that kind of focus is Jean Grey in kind of limiting where they can play those on going cards. Okay, Nico. Nico into a demon is pretty big. But we have negative zone here. Another one that makes it just hard to get things going. We haven't seen... Is Kitty Pryde actually in our deck? I know that it's built in, but we haven't seen Kitty Pryde come through. And so she's somewhere to help us enable the Athena, help us enable a bigger Gilgamesh. Haven't seen it thus far. Mysterio comes down, the fake one over here. So the real one, probably, I'd say into Atlantis, but it could be in either of these two. I'm thinking it's more likely that it's here. So we do have Echo now. So if we are able to get Jean Grey, then we're able to get the Echo, like the pinpoint Echo location. I like the idea of doing Athena into Jeff a little bit early. We have Juggernaut to displace some of their cards. Not enough for me to snap just yet, I don't think. But we're looking pretty good. Wait. They skipped on 3? I have so many early game cards. Very interesting. Okay. Let's go with Elsa Bloodstone. We're going to go Echo. That gets a bonus here. We can eventually move the Jeff out. And we kind of start... I mean, we give away our hand at knowing that they can't play those ongoing cards into mid, but then we have the Enchantress to follow up from behind. Wait a minute. Nothing on 4 either? Did they DC? I mean, I could get baffled here. But that's a 2-turn skip. That's really pivotal turns. Let's go with moving Jeff. I'm going to go ahead and move it early. We have the Nightcrawler coming down. That can move next turn. And I think I'm just going to do Juggernaut over here. We have Enchantress as like a final follow-up. But they skip again? Did they DC? Or they just have a really bad hand? We'll take it. We'll take the one. We just need a few more to secure this first round. And then after ours, I think the next should start pretty soon. So I don't know that we'll necessarily go back to a co-stream. There's the Kitty Pryde. We finally get that glorious, glorious card. We have Angela, we have Athena, we have Kitty Pryde. I think we actually snap here, right? We have Enchantress to... Well, they have our Enchantress now. What do they have? Mobius is their highest cost card. Let's go ahead and send it. Okay. So we get the snap back. Let's go ahead and do Angela. We know that their Enchantress, or they have our Enchantress. They have Mobius, so maybe it's that they have the Pixie into Mobius line. They know that our Enchantress is 5 cost, so we won't be able to play it on curve. But big stakes for this one. This could be the make or break round here. Okay, Wasp into Nico. That's an early Nico. I don't necessarily need Athena into the Angela lane. And so I'm going to do Kitty Pryde, Athena. I'm really hoping that Athena shoots over into the icebox. There's a chance that she stacks here. If so, then that becomes harder to win one of the other lanes, but we'll see. So it is a Pixie into... Mobius is going to be coming down on 5 or on 4 for sure. That would be the only thing that could explain the quick and hefty snapback. Ooh, but Nico changed the location, so Athena actually didn't move. Neither did Pixie. So, oh wait, we got a copy of their Mobius, right? Your opponent's cost can't be reduced. We have to use their Mobius, right? I guess we don't have to, but it's beneficial to use their Mobius here. Let's go with the Mobius to counter theirs. Let's go with the Nightcrawler so that it stays on the board. We have that unit down. And then the Pixie is just countered. It unfortunately, just countered. So let's go Craven. like Craven Juggernaut here. Or maybe the last turn we saved the Juggernaut. It's either Juggernaut or Elsa here. Let's go Jug, just in case we draw Gilgamesh. Next turn would be a Kitty Pryde plus a Gilgamesh to finish it off. Okay, so no moves over to the left. Is it Blue Marvel? Blue Marvel. And we maintain initiative. So this looks like an Enchantress move Kitty Pryde. This goes down 3, 6, 7, 8. It's either Kitty Pryde there, or if we don't worry about it, here. I think this is where we go. We're going to lock it in all in the left lane. We're going to ship it. They have maybe a Gilgamesh in the right. But we have the Mobius being countered, the Blue Marvel. So if it's a Gilgamesh, unfortunately, it's not going to get pumped up any. We will secure the first round, first phase victory. Very, very good game to the competitor, to Koei. That looks like we'll move on to the next one. Still nervous, still very, very nervous. Always a pleasure, but. Let's see if maybe we can turn off post-streaming. Right, and so I'm gonna jump in and check where the status of the other ones are at real fast. Let me adjust our view so I can take you with me. I think it's this one, right? Let's see.
Maybe trying to avoid the echo on that turn as well.
All right, so we have a little bit.
Just hanging out there.
Ooh, so we have a little bit of time. It looks like ours is the one that went super fast.
If I'm Loopy Fist, I'm always snapping before I play that Super Skull. You gotta pay to see that card.
Here, I'll turn off emote chat for just a minute until our next round starts up again.
Oh no, we're rewinding here.
We can breathe.
Also interesting to see how the Stegron can work with Claw. I mean, Stegron versus Claw is kind of nasty.
Yo, let's go round 2.
Here, but
yeah, we are posed to go into round number 2.
That Stegron all the way over there to the right. But
before I forget, I have to figure out what deck I want to use for round 2.
If he wants to.
I have 3 left.
I think you snap here. I think you have a good point about the Stegron though, right? Like, if you can throw that Claw all the way into deep space, see you later.
Wolverine, so
okay,
I think the games where I would have played Gilgamesh, those ended in retreats early. But the games that went to the, I think maybe only one round didn't end in retreat. And so I didn't get a solid chance to use it, except for that last round, which Enchantress was the better play.
Very interesting.
Vixen, hey TLSG, I'm so happy to see you back on YouTube. Sending much love and the best of luck in the event. Thank you so much for being here, Vixen. Thank you for the support. You guys are more than what I ever could have asked for coming back from a long impromptu hiatus.
either of these into deep space because we don't really know the interaction.
Yeah, and so all the decks,
kind of screwing himself.
so all the decks are built with Gilgamesh in them. And so the intent of that last one was to have a mid-range Gilgamesh. It wasn't an all-in like you see with the Zoo decks, because the Zoo decks, a lot of times you're going to get like a 5/18 Gilgamesh.
I really wonder what
For that one, we have
kinda
Athena, we had Angela, we had Craven that could get bumped up from the move cards. We had Kitty Pryde as a bonus power up, and Elsa to potentially power up some other cards into a last turn mid-range Gilgamesh plus Kitty Pryde. Gilgamesh in my testing usually ended up being around 5'11", 5'12", which is still decent. It's still good. It's just not an all-in style. That way we have a little more flexibility in the earlier game.
And Lambie retreats. I think he probably put his tail between his legs there, seeing the Super Scroll. He's going to have to really decide how early and how often he plays out those ongoing cards.
Absolutely.
And Loopy,
is that a little bit better?
We are in the final.
Yeah. Yep. So the decks, they have to be different every single time. So I can't use the one that I just used, the like move, disrupts, counter style. That one's gone. I can't use that anymore. I have 3 others that are brewed up and ready to go. It's just a matter of picking which order I want to use them in. And so, looking at some of the other builds, a lot of hard zoo stuff, a lot of counter plays. I do have, I may or may not have Super Scroll teched into one or two of them. So who's your next potential challenger? I think it's either, Lambie or Loopy or Owie or King Venom. I think those are the, no. It's the winner between Super Tech God and Illusory.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Getting locked in here. 7 cubes.
And so I think it should be one of those two.
We're gonna win it out.
So Owie won with the Loki deck. Oh, of all things, the Loki build.
Stealing his opponent's side of the board. What a fantastic showing. You absolutely love to see it.
Congrats, Owie.
And so in picking the deck, I'm really trying to read my opponent and like what they might do as well.
Okay, we've got a snap in this game.
And so Lambie using his Ultron one early. Loki, yeah. I believe in you. The types of decks you play are my favorites. I'm trying my best to represent you guys as well as possible here. And just I'm glad to be invited, and I'm gonna enjoy it no matter how far we go.
And his Ultron.
Yeah, maybe he's just not worried about it. He snapped Loopy out of that game.
And I actually don't remember what deck I used for my 4th submission. So if it gets to the finals, I may have to ask him. I don't remember it.
Super Tech God has a board full of 3-drops and about to Wong Surfer. I don't know what the calculations.
I'm so happy you're streaming and you're part of this tourney. I'm glad that I got the invite because for being out for so long, they definitely didn't have to include me.
Lots of big numbers.
Hope to see some classic junk/clog TLSG Magic brews. I love the old junk style. It's a little bit more challenging now with something like Annihilus, but I think there can still be some magic there. It's just I have to find one that works with the current meta. You're the most positive Snap streamer and content creator. I started creating content and streaming because I enjoy the game, and I'm really glad that kind of shows through. It's just that joy and just enjoying being here. So Illusory had the Sebastian Shaw. So I wanted one of those built into a Gilgamesh deck, but I wasn't quite able to get it since I don't have that card unlocked. Is anyone else dropping a ton of frames? If so, please let me know. It looks like my bitrate has stayed pretty consistent, and so I'm not for sure. Said, yo, TLSG, love your videos, man. By far my favorite content creator, Snap content creator. Will we see a highlight, a video with highlights from this tournament? I would like to. Depending on how far I go, I would like to do some highlights from the different matches and different decks.
let's see what they're
if at the very least, I'll have the video on demand on my video on demand channel as well.
Players want to play Magic, so sometimes like if you
there may be like bitrate spikes, but it looks overall fairly consistent. Or I guess bitrate drops. You guys are distracting me. I got to figure out my deck.
So, Shadowlands, not great. As far as Super Tech goes, not having a Luke Cage with this hazmat, maybe you just ignore center lane. I don't know. That's just my point of view.
Your She Not Junk deck? That was one of my favorite decks to run, even if it didn't win all the time. Just putting opponents into unwinnable positions and then dropping just that massive bomb on the last turn was so much fun. He said, love your videos. Do you usually stream on Twitch? First time I caught you here. So this is the first time I've streamed in a little over a year. It's been a long, like even before my content creation overall hiatus, I had a hiatus from streaming as well. Just with a full-time job, family, and content creation, it was tough. Oh, Doey Cat gave a shout out. I'll give her one. I'll give her one back.
The Sarah and the Wong is rough.
If I can figure out how to do it. Nope, that did not work. It's slash.
Yeah.
So I haven't streamed in quite a while. So it's my first one back. I'd like to do it more often. Right now I'm working a summer schedule, so I'm off on Fridays. So I may be able to fit in a few more Friday streams if the reception is good.
I think Nova is definitely the play. And so we saw this on this side.
Hey Staff, I'm sorry to bother you, but I forgot what was the last card in my fourth deck, or what? No, so I don't remember the entire fourth deck. It's between one of two, but I don't remember which direction I went. Like I was doing testing, and I was at a career fair, like helping run it at the same time, and so like I made a last minute switch, but I don't remember which direction I went to.
My prediction right now is Lammy's probably got Ultron Center here.
How's the tourney going so far? So I've played one round. We were able to take that one. Luckily, we got a sweep. We were able to take out, it was a Pixie, Blue Marvel, maybe like a Patriot in there as well. But we were able to take it with a couple of hard counter cards in Echo and Enchantress. Where are you from? I currently live in Texas. I was born in Oklahoma, but in high school moved to Texas. He remembers? He's just no, I don't. I'm gonna have to ask him. I'm gonna say, well, could you give me the deck code that I submitted on the form? Because I can't remember the last one.
Yeah, that's always tough. You know, you get into these high pressure situations. You know, you're playing one of the best players in the world.
Really like the ongoing deck you made a while back. Appreciate how calm you are in your videos and stream. Yeah, I think it would be exhausting to try and do anything else. Like that's very authentically me. So trying to do anything else, I think, would be very draining.
I guess we're just hoping that Elisary is going to be able to drop that magic. I guess we'll see.
Ooh, yeah, my last round Galactus Gilgamesh deck. That would be absolutely spicy. Shouts from Toronto and Northern Cali. Thank you guys both for being here. I was trying a Moon Girl Sasquatch Black Swan deck today. I don't think I have Black Swan unlocked yet. Will the blanket basket make a cameo? It will. Maybe. Maybe not today. I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere my daughter uses it to play with now. When is the second round? As soon as this group of competitors finishes. So this is round number 2, and so you can see all of the life bars over to the left, which I think is a really cool thing that they added in. And so as all of those rounds finish up, we'll jump into round number 2.
Until the very end of the game, especially if she can play smart here.
Glad to see you back. Good luck and have fun. Thank you so much. I'm enjoying being back. So instead of it being like a drag to play the game because you play it too much, I took a healthy break, and now I'm having fun, like brewing and just seeing what other people are running. So like even in the state of the current meta, like a Professor X cannonball style stuff doesn't necessarily bother me as much as it probably would have previously. That Domino Blink deck you made help me hit Infinite. That may have been Jeff. I didn't throw Domino into any of my decks. I did make a Blink deck, but I feel like Jeff is definitely a Domino believer. Shout out from Colombia. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. It's serving a higher purpose. Yeah, the basket, it gets used. It gets used plenty. Was the unlucky C3 player in your most recent upload? Those Widow Bites were soul crushing, but stoked to be in one of your videos. Had you drawn that out with that middle location, you had me. I was just having to hope that you didn't have it in hand and you weren't able to grab it through the Widow's Bites. First time catching you live. Bottle Cape, thank you so much for being here. It's been a long time since I've been live, so you haven't missed too terribly much.
A little bit of spice to it, but you should be able to make a really informed decision on what your opponent's going to play here if you've been keeping track well.
So if we've got Wong Hazmat Absorbing Man,
Black Swan, there's one deck that I want to try with Black Swan, and it's like an all-in. I think it uses Martyr and a few other cards to really explode on the last turn, but not enough to spin tokens for.
A little scary. But we do still have...
I'm still excited to unlock Pixie and Mockingbird. Those are two that I really want to brew with. Otherwise, I've caught up on a lot of the core pieces. So Beta Ray Bill, I have Red Hulk, and then all of the recent stuff that's come out. I'd also like Sebastian Shaw, really good in a Silver Surfer build. It's a really powerful role player. That it doesn't feel like I can optimally play Silver Surfer without unlocking it. I do have Sage. Do you know any of the other competitors in real life? I don't. So me and Binks talk sometimes off air, but I've never met any of them in real life. I've talked a little bit with Lambie. I did some hosting of a few different tournaments with him. And Super Tech God, he's been around since early game days, but and then Jeff I talked to or did whenever I was first starting up. He was really helpful, and I know a lot of people don't like Jeff's attitude, but he's been nothing but kind in helping me figure out different things, whether it be his recommendations for how he runs ads or the video structure or anything like that. He's been nothing but helpful in those. So, but the other ones I haven't interacted much with, which I like. I like coming back, seeing a list or a roster of a mix of really well known, maybe some newer, just a mix of all different sizes. You've talked to Cam too? Yeah. I still talk to Cam Best a little bit. Not as a competitor, but yeah. I was messaging him last night, just kind of bouncing a few different things his way. I'm actually trying to schedule to be on KM's podcast at some point. I know he said he'd be interested from that lens of a returning player and what that's like. Any non-Snap streamers or creators you like? So it may out me as a RuneScape nerd, but I really like Settled. If you have never played old school RuneScape, then you've probably never heard of him. If you do, then you probably have. He's a really good storyteller. So his videos take a lot of nerd, right? His videos take a lot of progression and tell it in a story that's incredibly gripping from start to finish. And so as far as a content creator, he's been one that I've watched. I don't watch a whole lot of different videos, but he's been one that I've watched for quite a while.
And we're gonna throw some giveaways.
What's your favorite card to play? It was Debris for a really long time. Now I'm not. Now I'm not so sure. There's so many good ones. I really like Disrupt and Doc Ock, but a lot of times it can backfire. So finding ways to make it work instead is really fun for me.
Yeah, get fast. We do have more snap drops happening right now, Twitch drops. Make sure that your account is connected.
Red Guardian is also really flexible. White Widow it feels like she can slot into anything and offer value. Is the card that you really despise? Not necessarily. Leech can get up there if he's too popular, but I think he's a necessary evil, but you don't want his play rate to be what it was when he was at a 4 cost.
Legs and get ready for the next round. We are going to jump in and throw a little bit of content at you where me and Eggs discuss the impact of Gilgamesh.
TLSG, huge fan of the YouTube channel. First time tuning in to a stream. Thank you so much for being here.
Just a few minutes here.
Thoughts on Professor X Cannonball meta? It's very predictable and also beatable, and so it doesn't bother me as much as I would as much as it seems to bother some other people. How did the invite occur? Wait, the invite for... Wait, for the Conquerors event? It was through Discord. Somebody from Tribe reached out. So I think they're gearing up for round number 2. I'm gonna run a quick ad break real fast as I get a drink and kind of prepare everything, get my deck set up, and then when we come back, we'll be back in emote only chat. Yeah, I would like to stream. I would like to do it more often than once a month. I'd like to even do at least once a week, because it's really... I like interacting with you guys. I like the game. I like seeing you guys here and just being able to kind of chat back and forth. Typically when I stream, my games aren't great because I'm focusing a lot more on that like interaction piece, but it's fun in that regard still. Even if I'm not necessarily gaining a lot of cubes or winning a lot, I'm still able to get that good interaction. Just got here from your latest YouTube video. Good luck with your match. Thank you so much, Shadowfire. We won the first round, and we're prepping up for round number 2 now. So I'm going to run a really quick ad break, and then when we come back, it will be an emote only chat, and we'll be gearing up for the second round. Thank you so much, guys, for all of the support, all of the just good vibes that are going around. I kind of hope that somebody has a Galactus teched in somewhere. Just got here. Am I too late? Nope, you're not too late. We're going into round number 2. So you missed the first round, but round number 2 is coming up soon.
I think that my favorite card to counter is Shadow King. He's sneaky and he's cheap, and you hit him on turn 6, and as long as you have priority, you can mess up their whole plan. Hazmat is going to be a menace when it comes to this.
Other things that you might consider, you have Cosmo on there. You can stop Gilgamesh himself. You can stop those cards that help him. The dreaded Leech that is now a 5/5, and then Shang-Chi. What's the best way to chop down a big card? Just destroy it off the board. A big thing with new cards is think about which locations you would interact with. If you're going to be snapping, which locations might you be looking for as something that's going to be super beneficial to you and your Gilgamesh deck. I think the main one.
And so we're just waiting on. Actually, I can stay on here until I get the go ahead. There may be a quick break or something. I haven't got the go ahead to actually start the matches. And so once that happens, we'll throw it into emote only chat. If all goes as expected, we will have a big matchup with Lambie. Yeah. So if we win this round, Lambie's going to be a tough one to go up against. You might want to hide the code until the match starts. Yeah. I think I took it off. Second City Wolverine subscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the support and just being here to enjoy the content. I appreciate having you here. This format is a lot better than the last Conquest. I like this format a lot. It was very structured. It probably was tough to to dig out ahead of time, but I do think it works really well. Lambie is just a big kitty cat. Lambie has a really good competitive mindset, and so that's where a lot of his strength lies, is he knows how to read another person. Thanks for the great deck strategy. Now bring that trophy. That's what we're trying for. Anyone have his deck list from 1? I can actually pull it up for you. Which it was definitely teched more towards a pure Gilgamesh mindset, but I think it works. I think it works regardless. So, we're back in a minute 20, minute and a half. You're not wrong. He's a poker player. I enjoy poker quite a bit as well, but I get nervous. Like I can control a lot of those like nervous habits or tics, but I can tell that I get nervous. So I can't play too often because I just get jittery. So for the... Hey, thank you so much, Crinkle Style, for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. I'm actually going to switch over to this one for now, and so we can show you the deck list. So the Gilgamesh Move Disrupt, it definitely has pieces that are geared more towards knowing that Gilgamesh's strength a lot of times lies with things like Khazar or Blue Marvel. So it had the Jean Grey to really restrict where they could play, into like the Echo to counter those ongoing cards. Or if they were running like the Invisible Woman strategy, we had Echo as a way to kind of offset that on the last turn, to kind of swing that game and that momentum back in our favor. And then we have Enchantress as well. If anything gets past that Jean Grey lane or that Echo lane, we have that Enchantress as that secondary counter. As far as how to make Gilgamesh work in this build, we have several cards. We're not looking to go all in on Gilgamesh. We're looking to get a good mid-value one. So we're looking to get buffs on Angela, Craven, Athena, Elsa Bloodstone, getting buffs on like Nightcrawler or Jeff, and then Kitty Pryde, giving us around a 5/12 in the Gilgamesh. Not anything like the all-in version of like a Patriot build, but a good one nonetheless.
Tough choice.
I like Athena quite a bit, but it's also
definitely setting the tone there.
No, this one is. We haven't started round 2 yet, and so somebody just asked for the deck code.
Into Guardian. I'm sorry, not Guardian.
So let's see.
Gladiator, yeah.
Gladiator. I really like. Mill is just fun. I'm kind of mean, but I really like Grandmaster, and I feel like he's really underutilized. So that was pretty cool coming out of Super.
So we're gearing up for the second match. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the stream that's in the background.
Yeah,
you love to see the Bink smile. We're gonna go ahead and pause that one for now, and we're gonna. I was tabbed out. Oh no, you're okay. We're going to set it to emote only chat because we are jumping into round number 2. Hopefully it's a good one. And off we go. So hopefully we can hold our own here as well. No idea what kind of build they're running. All we know is that it runs Gilgamesh. Last round, I think they were running a Silver Surfer, and so we know that that one is probably out of the mix. Ooh, so with Chavez, probably a body deck, so like a Patriot Brood Absorbing Man style build is what I would guess. Chavez, Dazzler. It looks like we may have similar builds, but just a little bit different finesse on them. Oh, this is a super heavy curve. That is unfortunate. We're going to have to skip on 3, maybe just get some insight into what deck they're running. So Ant-Man, Squirrel Girl, Killmonger would be beautiful here, but our Iron Lad doesn't really have any great hits. Next turn, cards cost 1 more. I mean, maybe we get an Ultron down, right? Maybe Iron Lad hits Patriot into Patriot again next turn into Ultron on the last one. Khazar's big. Khazar going into the Crimson Cosmos is big. It did hit Patriot, and so we get the double Patriot down. They could have a counter card in place, but I almost want to snap it. That is a lot of cross-board power. If they have enchanters, we're going to drop big cubes real early. We might as well go all in or go all out. So we do get the retreat. We have to anticipate them having Blue Marvel as well into that big Gilgamesh finisher. But we were going to be able to rely heavily on the Ultron play for that last turn. And so this deck typically wants to go like one of the two. It's not all in on either one. Squirrel Girl is decent in Panopticon, or outside, and then the token goes there. I'm going to go ahead and skip. Also, their Brood tokens, which ooh, that is a beautiful, look at that. Look at that. This is the first time I've seen this border. This is a beautiful border. Like, we can take the competition on a pause. It may cost a lot of gold, but that looks sleek. I'm going to go ahead and play Thena. I may want to wait. That's fine. We'll play Thena out. Now, 1-cost cards here are going to be bumped up a little bit. But I still think we need to push some power into mid. And I don't want to drop it into this right lane just yet, because this could be something like Space Throne, at which point it becomes really tough to play something there early. So Valley of the Hand, anything that gets destroyed, again, really hefty curve. Unfortunately, we're going to have to rely on Iron Lad, which is not really the pull that we want to be doing. Okay. So Chavez, we do get Ultron again, so it could be similar vein to last game. I mean, if we hit Patriot again for the flashback. Okay, so 1 cost can't be destroyed. No Killmonger. So Ravonna. We could do a second Ravonna to bring it down to 3. Blue Marvel allows us to Ultron next turn, but it's still relatively weak.
Opponent snapped.
Definitely not an ideal hand, ideal line. We have to look out, if we do get invisible at any point, we have to look out for the Echo follow-up. And so it's just a tentative line, knowing that they have Echo built in. We're going to jump out of that one. We're not feeling confident about that one. Very clunky early game. The early game for this, a lot of times, is going to rely on getting your squirrels down, maybe not holding them so long, into some of those finishing combo plays. So Collapse Mine, we are going to skip. We're going to let those get destroyed. We have Dazzler to get a potential buff, and then we'll see. What the heck? Welcome in. Thank you for being a first-time chatter. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Mockingbird is big. I wish we had a way to change this lane, but unfortunately we don't. I kind of think we go Invisible Woman, and then we're going to set up our on reveal cards there, not necessarily the Patriot, because we know that they have Echo. And going into round number 7, we could easily set up like the Gilgamesh or the Ultron into Gilgamesh combo. Okay, so wait, they left it 2 rounds? Bold. Very, very bold, Super Tech God. When cards move, I think we're going to go ahead and play the on going out to the right, because we are very worried about the Echo play. So nothing on 3. They finally let the rocks go. Ravonna into Dazzler could give us a cheaper Iron Man. I think Shayna. So a little bit of RNG. The Titania in the left lane is interesting, kind of restricting some of that spacing. And then Howard the Duck and Angel coming in as well. I kind of like the idea of throwing Gilgamesh here. Into potentially dropping like Ultron, Squirrels, and Iron Man over to the right. Or maybe Iron Man goes mid. There comes the Blue Marvel. We have to expect them to have a massive Gilgamesh here. We have a Blue Marvel of our own. So maybe it's more like... this? Or this into Ultron mid? I don't know if the extra +1 is going to be better than overcoming an Iron Man lane. Kind of like this a little bit better. We may not even have to use Ultron next turn, potentially. So the Rogue counter comes in. Our Gilgamesh is going to be a pretty sad Gilgamesh here. So Echo and Rogue coming in. Titania.
I am Iron Man.
So we still have the Patriot on the board. We still have the Dazzler. Does it dazzle us enough, though? So right now, we could be an extra 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 extra in this lane. Doubled up. So it would be 14 extra plus the 8. 22. This is going to go up to about 21, 19, 21. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't think we beat their Gilgamesh. We have to drop the Blue Marvel. Gilgamesh here is massive. We don't have a way to overcome the Mockingbird here. We're going to have to jump out of that one. I really put all my bread and butter into that first round one. We get Thena this time. Our deck curve is a little bit hefty, and so it's not always something we can do overly well. Since she can scale, though, I don't think we play her into Aunt May's. They have Rogue, they have Echo, so we have to look out for those counters. Is it worth doing a double Thena drop? Or is it more like Iron Man and Think? A double Gilgamesh could be massive. Double Dazzler is good too. We have the double Patriot. We have Iron Lad next turn, so if it hits something like Iron Man is really, really big. And what we're hoping is that they don't draw their Echo. Ooh, so we have Iron Man now. I don't really want Iron Lad in case it hits Squirrel Girl. That is a massive Mockingbird. All they need now is a gigantic Gilgamesh on top of it, and we are absolutely at their mercy. So the singular blue Marvel, which is interesting. We haven't seen one of their cards, and that being it has to be Gilgamesh. We did not draw into Gilgamesh either. We could risk it with the Iron Lad for the 1 out of 3. So this becomes 2, so it goes up to 15, up to 30. 2 goes up to 15, goes up to 30. Plus the 3 from here. Let's see. So Squirrel Girl of their own, so they're going to be able to guarantee where Gilgamesh goes. The second one is going to be massive. So our Iron Man is definitely going to need a little bit of help. That may be the help that we need. Once Thena scales. Oh no, I forgot about Aunt May's. I think we would have lost that one anyways, but Aunt May's, we had room for Squirrel Girl to move. Not looking pretty. We're down 4 to... We're at 6. They're at 9. I'm going to throw Invisible Woman. They have their Dazzler. We have to look out for the double counters that they have in the Rogue and the Echo. So so with Echo being mid, that means we're free to start dropping our ongoings into the left lane. And so the cards behind Invisible Woman don't currently proc Thena. I think it was confirmed that at least the ones that don't stay on the board is a bug, but Invisible Woman, when we play behind it, Thena's not going to scale, but I think that's okay. She just needs to be mid-range for this match. So magic as well to extend the game. That gives us the chance to do the Ultron into Gilgamesh wombo. So we could do Ravona, but I think by having this setup, I'm not sure we want to push for it. Okay, so Rogue steals the Invisible Woman. That's fine. We don't need it this time around. We didn't hide anything detrimental, knowing that Rogue was built into the deck. Iron Lad has a couple of picks to hit here. Iron Lad could either be a Gilgamesh, an Ultron, or a Squirrel Girl. Let's go ahead and do Blue Marvel, and then next time we could either Iron Lad guarantee the Gilgamesh or Iron Lad guarantee the Ultron. I'm still not confident enough in this line to snap into it though. So the one costs are protected, the Mockingbird, huge value. Definitely one that I miss not having. So each of these, it's a 2-power drone now. So 2, 4, 5 power. So that's 10. It helps the Dazzler. It helps this lane a touch. And then we have the massive Gilgamesh coming here. Still don't know if we snap into that or not. As a Blue Marvel, this is going to be 10, so it brings us to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They could reasonably get more than 22, more than 10 more power there. They are restricted on space, so they have to be careful where they play. I'm just going to do the reg. I'm not going to snap into it.
There's no strings on me.
And so then finally we have the Gilgamesh. If we hadn't drawn it, we have Iron Lad as that backup. It would have been guaranteed to hit the Gilgamesh instead. So is it going to be perfect? I don't know. This could be the Gilgamesh that they're going to play that's all buffed up, but ours is all buffed up as well. So I think we're okay here, tentatively. We'll see. We'll see. This will bring us back close to even. We should have snapped last turn. I was just shaken from the first couple of matches. All right, so we have Thena, we have Squirrel Girl. I don't know if it's ever worth capping that one out early, but maybe. It might end up being. I'll play Dazzler there this next turn. Then we have to look out for their Rogue. always on the lookout for their rogue. So I think Thena's a little bit safer. Rogue and Echo as well. Asgard to draw additional cards would be nice. I almost want to fight for the extra energy. And so our Dazzler is going to be stacked. They do have a rogue, so they could potentially steal that one away, which would make a big tempo swing for them. But we're going to throw Patriot into the list as well. If they steal this ability, then at least it becomes a vanilla card for the Patriot to buff. We have Iron Man. We're going to allow them to have the card draw, but their turn 5 becomes kind of congested or kind of clunky with Dream Dimension in effect. And so I think Iron Man into Asgard after this. So I like the idea of our Iron Man here. Next turn we can do like an Invisible Woman Ultron to fill up the middle location as well. And that would scale our Athena. Or we could dig for... I mean, there's 2 good hits in for Iron Lad. But I think we need the extra power from Iron Man to come over the top of it. So Rogue ends up stealing Patriot, which is nasty. Super unfortunate. In the list still is the Blue Marvel, the Gilgamesh. We could do this number, bring this up by 4. At least we have the lead currently there. This would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 22 extra in the right lane. But mid doesn't get buffed by Patriot at all. Or mid doesn't get buffed by these at all. A good Shanna could potentially do it. Gilgamesh in the left. Into maybe an Echo. I think Shanna is really their only big out, or Blue Marvel. We're gonna send it.
Opponent snapped.
All right, so they have Blue Marvel. In the right lane, it would bring it up to 9, 10, 11, 12. This scale is above that. I kind of want to send it. We're gonna gamble it here. So Echo and then Khazar. Wait. Hold on. Is that it? Is that it? Huge momentum swing back in our favor. I'm not made for this kind of stress, you guys. So every round now could be the last. Whew. Ooh, Space Throne is super interesting with with this card. My goodness. Okay, so Echo is out of the way. We know we have to look out for the Rogue Steel, but otherwise we should be fine. We do have Gilgamesh. Oh, what are we doing? Let's go ahead and play Dazzler over to the right. At least she gets buffed from the single card in the Space Throne now. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like. They can freely play Dazzler into mid, so that's fine. That's not great. Well, unless we can get like a Patriot. No, yeah, I mean, Patriot's fine, but we won't really be able to get anything going otherwise. Gilgamesh could be 8 power. They do have the Khazar. We still have to look out for the Rogue. Rogue becomes an absolute abomination here. So it's looking like a Squirrel Girl into Gilgamesh last turn play. Not beautiful. It is what it is, though. So they have Blue Marvel coming down. We can't retreat out of this one. It's all in already. So what if we did Squirrel Girl? That's going to be 3/4 power Squirrel into Gilgamesh. So it'd be 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus the 7, so 20. I think we overcome mid. An ugly play, but it's the play we're going with nonetheless. Wait, did I do the right ordering? Okay, I got to make sure Squirrel Girl comes down first. And they could potentially rogue one, but that leaves their other play pretty iffy. We'll see. All in the right. Okay. So Blue Marvel's challenging. Oh, Blue Marvel gave them the buff that they needed. We're not going to be able to come over the top of it. I forgot. All right, I'm trying to slow play this one because the ads are running. My bad, guys. My bad. So we have a couple more rounds we could potentially go. I think Thena into Thunderbolt's tower is actually okay. We know that their cards are going to get negatively afflicted there. It's either that or Thena into Space Throne. Oh, these locations are awful. These are the worst locations I've ever seen. Like maybe Patriot into Blue Marvel into Ultron. I don't know. I don't know. These are terrible locations. I don't want to play for the Lechugia. I don't want to play for Thunderbolt's tower. And so we're just going to shuffle some rocks in instead. Got squirrels in the mix again. We're going to skip here. And see. If we lose this one, it comes down to a final round tiebreaker. And so we could get knocked out. Just because he's down to 1 doesn't mean he is completely out here. So the Rogue coming down for the Patriot very quickly to steal the Lechugia away. Oof, it's not pretty at all. I think I'm going to go Blue Marvel and shuffle more rocks in. This is an ugly play. Ugly set of locations. If this is how it ends, this is absolutely the ugliest thing I've seen. We have the Uatu. O is watching. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Wow, not a single rock to be drawn. So what could our potential play lines be here? We could go Iron Man to the right. We could always go Iron Man and then like a Squirrel Girl. Potentially. That enables Thena, that puts some power here and helps us overcome here. It could be as simple as just throwing Ultron there instead. We could throw Ultron here. Really depends on how they navigate the last turn. We could also do something like Dazzler, Invisible Woman, Squirrel Girl. Could potentially be the line that we go with. And so a lot of different ways that would help the Dazzler compete. A lot of different ways that we could throw this one. And I'm not sure which one would end up being best. Okay, so Shanna, that middle lane is going to be tough. With the rock, though. So that I think our drones go over the top of the rock with the Blue Marvel bonus, right? They do. We win the right by 1. Way too close. So with the Black Knight coming in, if it was a little bit higher, they would have won here. I'm a Knight. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Started a hype train. That was too intense. We did have one more round that we could have tested with, but it looks like if we get to the last round of this tournament, then I'm gonna have to ask them what my last deck was because I don't remember. Of Mars, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I think we can. That one took a little bit. That one took a while, so I'm not sure. We're gonna take off emote only chat for a second. You said freedom. This was very intense. Good job, poker player. That was very, very intense. My hands got sweaty watching that. So did mine. So did mine. And so I'm gonna see where it's at. It looks like it looks like, wow, actually a few are still going. Whoa, of Mars coming in with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for all of the support. You said very well played. You will win this whole thing for sure. I don't know. I feel like my first couple of decks are cohesive, and then after that, it gets harder and harder to build cohesive decks. Sanctified with the Prime sub as well. We're at a hype train of 3. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let's go ahead and his rogue is very scary. Yeah, the rogue, the echo, they were very, very scary to play up against. And so I'm glad we were able to still navigate that. Let's go ahead and switch over, because I guess we have a little bit of time. So we're going to switch over to the stream for a minute, because it looks like maybe maybe we went a little bit faster than what I thought. Yeah, against the Echo and Rogue, that was very, very nerve-wracking. AKA TLSG's last deck is impossible to guess.
I think it depends on what's in my hands.
I said +1 post on YouTube. Did someone else say post on YouTube?
The problem is like
TLSG doesn't use dark mode. I really probably need to. But no, I haven't made the switch. You said, let's go, TLSG. I'm a bit late. Just woke up at 3:51. Thank you for being here so early in the morning. How different does each deck need to be? It has to be 5 unique cards in those decks. Glyph TV coming in with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I don't have the alerts on this overview, but thank you so much for the massive support. 10 gifted. I think that completes the level 3 hype train. You guys are incredible. Yeah, so it's single elimination. So if you lose, you're out. And each deck has to be unique. So once you use one, you can no longer use that one again. Glyph coming in with the 10 gifted. Absolute massive support. Philip J. Fry with the tier 1 sub as well. You guys are incredible. You guys are way too good to me. So it looks like Owie's actually running a cannonball deck. This is the first time I'm actually checking out what kind of build he's running. It looks like is Lambie running a Loki deck?
Why don't you get the buff onto?
It's the only reason I see Agent Coulson making a lot of sense.
Toss them both right, and then you can always put Kitty in there next turn.
That's interesting. I think
I'm still thinking in emotes. You can change just one card. So you have to change at least 5. 5 cards have to be different than your other decks. And so it really gets interesting with like tech cards. Yes, you can reuse Echo. Yes, you can reuse like Super Scroll, but you have to be kind of strategic in how you do that and still compose the rest of the deck.
Okay.
Can you say what your next deck can be, or NDA?
Absolutely no clue.
I can. It's going to be.
Okay. So we do have Professor.
It's the last one that I remember that I submitted. The other one was between 2. And so this one, I don't think it's a unique take on it. It's not a Loki deck or anything like that.
Professor X left here.
Now I have the Wong Hammer and the Mr. Hammer. You absolutely do. Watching home while sick. Thank you for keeping me company. Hydro Stars. I hope that you start feeling better really, really soon. Philip J, thank you for the great content. The mill deck you made recently is my favorite snap deck. I ran that to death over the last season. I was traveling to visit family, and I used it. I completed an infinite avatar conquest run, and I got the infinite border with the mill deck while traveling, while on my phone. And so no deck trackers or anything like that, but it's absolutely it absolutely pops against certain decks. Like if the deck doesn't compete against it, so like Hela, Destroy, a lot of those just can't keep up with it. It becomes a steamroll real quick. And then Tech Ninja, proof that nice guys don't always finish last. That's what we're trying. My goal for this one, even if we lose in the next round, perfectly fine. My goal was to just get past one of the rounds so that it's not like an immediate knockout. And so no matter how this whole thing ends, I'm glad to be a part of it. I'm glad to be here. We're going to be live through the whole thing regardless. So, so Lambie is running a Loki build. Loki was not something that I even looked to build around. Yeah, giving them nothing to do on turn 7 when they don't have anything to draw, anything to play is so much fun. And then Hydro Stars, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The support is absolutely massive. We still have the hype train going on. Level 5 with all of the gifted. Glyph, you jumped us from a level 3 to a level 5. So huge support. You said Jeff won. This is really going to be Jeff versus TLSG. I don't know. Lambie's good. He's the best, absolutely best Dirty Loki player. I know that before it was Thanos, like way back, and then Loki came out, and he was definitely down on the Loki. And so it's good. I just see. And so, this is for the potential win. It comes down to the last round, right? Between Lambie and Owie. Wow. I'm really surprised to see a Professor X Cannonball style build built into the Gilgamesh. Very interesting take for it. Yeah, it's going to be a good game regardless. Sick, but can still give my Prime sub. Thank you so much, Hydro.
I'm excited to find out. I don't know about you,
yeah,
Chad.
really nice play by Owie there.
I think what Lambie calculated here is that they're always, if they have a giant card like Mockingbird, they're always going to play it middle.
And so, before this one wraps up, I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. So I'm going to turn off the camera. The stream will be still live in the background. I'll be right back in just a second.
Good try there from Lambie. An Elysium game for the finals. How exciting.
He's trying to snap again.
I have to imagine that if Lambie gets access to Loki with all the card fill he has right now, he's just in an insanely dominant position. So he's just kind of playing that game. I gotta draw my Loki. Maybe get a custom. You never know.
Krakoa. Interesting.
I've seen that Red Guardian. It's salivating looking at that Ravonna Renslayer, but maybe it's not worth it, right? Because they're already getting so much energy cheat. Maybe it's not worth it to go after. It's interesting choice there.
If I'm Owie, I'm definitely, no, because the Mysterio will take the Krakoa. I was just going to say, try and put as much as we can on the board so we can Mockingbird next turn into Krakoa. That won't work.
You can get an insane +0 power on your next card if you play out the Mysterio. often it doesn't feel great. I think he's trying to he's trying to figure out what is the best line for me to guarantee this Professor X. It might be Mysterio left, Professor X left, just trying to get out ahead as soon as he can.
That's tough giving up Krakoa there. Fortunately, Elysium's still here, still making things cheap for us.
Very close to being able to get that Mockingbird and Prof X. And Lambie did opt to hit that Red Guardian, so I think... Oh my gosh! One of these locations! Elysium Krakoa! Oh my gosh!
Okay,
you have to go for the Prof X solo here, right? There's just nothing else you can do.
Yeah. Center. I guess he's sort of banking on Lambie waiting one more turn to play into something Krakoa. Why not just play Mockingbird, though?
I think he's trying to
she's literally worth it.
All right, we're back.
It's so rough, dude. Yeah, imagine. I think he plays a Mockingbird too. If I'm in Owie's corner, I think I'm going all.
Hit us with some ads. Oh, bathroom.
X, I'm gonna
yeah, I had to run to the bathroom.
Running out of time. Does he add the Mockingbird? He does it.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 power Mockingbird. That's what peaked. Insane game.
Okay.
This is for the round.
Shuts off Elysium next turn.
Ooh, turning off Krakoa, but Professor X coming in
But luckily playing Jeff
big in that middle lane.
But he did also get the +3 on his next card that he has available, which is going to be very valuable.
Oh, Le Pic. Okay, it's on the screen. I'm I'm caught up now.
Out of any good final turn 6 is probably.
He got smoked with the peak, but it looks like he's holding it down pretty well so far.
Even after it got flipped, it'll be 6-4.
Thena's tough. Thena's tough in the right lane, so I think he has to go for the left. And I think Lambie probably knows that.
There's Shining, there's a Professor X buff on one of them, they all got triangles. It's crazy.
Le Pic is a mood.
Okay, Coulson.
Coulson bumping up that. I really think.
You can pop over the Lambie side. Yeah, thank you. I would love to see if you got access to this.
So Lambie sitting here with all of these different resources. Owie sitting on almost nothing though to secure the middle location. So they both have Elsa.
So he pulled
Kitty Pryde for free. The Silver Samurai. Ooh.
From Agent Coulson.
Silver Samurai taking out Lambie's Quinjet, but also taking out one of Owie's big resources.
All he has in his hand is that Gilgamesh. So being able to utilize those free resources as best as he possibly can be really.
Yeah, that Silver Samurai is going to be. If Owie doesn't see it coming,
I don't think Lambie loves his position here.
Could make him lose that that Gilgamesh that he has.
My finals life trying to
and so he played one, and then with Quinjet going, do they hit
He's gonna lose Gilgamesh.
Elsa Bloodstone? And so he must have drawn after we switched off that view. Oh, because Gilgamesh came down this turn. Wow.
And he only has one card. I think Lambie's gonna take. Oh.
Hang on. What is? Can I see what Owie has, please?
Yeah, can we swap one more time?
I'm not
working overtime. We appreciate it.
Oh no!
Oh no! The cannonball coming in is the beautiful top deck. No way.
I can't imagine that.
That is going to be so.
No, I mean, that's it.
Oh.
Back, right?
One, bold to do a cannonball Gilgamesh build, but two, the top deck it is crazy. Oh, Lambie's gonna be so frustrated if it doesn't come through right.
Cannonball in the final turn to be able to win. Oh, poor Lambie.
Oh, Lambie. Wow, what a last game for Lambie. And Owie will be dethroning our reigning champ, Lambie series.
Okay, so Nocturne moving. Unless Nocturne gave bad RNG, I think this. It's gonna knock out the Kitty Pryde, right? Oh, that's unfortunate.
What a match! That I would have to say. There's some other good matches. That has got to be so far for me.
That top deck was beautiful. You hate to see it, but you also love to see it at the same time.
And that is our quarterfinals.
And you know what that means, chat? Lambie is out. We will be crowning once again a brand new Conquerors.
That means we're going up against Owie next.
In our next round.
Which is going to be tough. Going to be a tough one.
Very exciting what we're seeing out here.
Cannonball wanted for war crimes. I want him nerfed immediately.
Finals with Jeff versus Spyro and Owie versus TLSG.
And so it's Jeff and Spyro, me and Owie.
So we are going to head into a break here.
We'll see. We'll see if we can pass this one. As I progress, I guarantee my decks are getting worse and worse.
I don't have anything in my ear, and I can't hear Banks either, so I don't really know what's happening.
Yeah, we're gonna be jumping into.
Hopefully you can hear me. I don't know what's happening.
We're gonna be jumping into a break here. I think we have another.
I think Cannonball is a hot spot or a hot topic right now, because he's so popular and so oppressive. In combination with Professor X, I think if Professor X. I think if Cannonball gets nerfed, it's mainly for Professor X's ability. Yeah, Binks is hosting along with Eggs. At least Lambie is out of the picture. I mean, Owie's going to be a tough match. Either one was going to be an absolute brutal match.
Absolutely. Let's highlight some of the lesser-known characters in the
Our first obscure character is the.
Yeah, because with Cannonball, if you didn't have Professor X to limit a lane, you would have to really focus on like that clutter piece, which is not as easy to do consistently. But yeah, I think Cannonball is more in line to get hit. That's true. The 8 power is probably a bit much for how strong his ability is.
The card that has the best pixel fairy in the game, if you didn't know, her name is actually Bessie. She is a vampire because she was attacked by Dracula and became undead.
Yeah, Alex, I think that's a good point. You can't say he's all that insane if you have to have Professor X to run him.
Our infamous detective hunted her down throughout Cleveland, Ohio. What a random place.
Yeah, and so they changed Spider-Man because of how like feel bad his ability was to play against. I think Professor X could be something similar, but they're very hesitant on adjusting early game or early collection cards. So something that an early game player could have, it's harder for them to change or adjust because it impacts everybody that has the game or everybody that's playing. There are quite a few counters, but when the dynamic duo is hit, it's hard to detect that in and still go up against things that are just like raw stats as well.
Did you know that once she saved Iron Man, one of the strongest Avengers, from Doctor Doom by having hundreds of squirrels take over?
Yeah, I think I posted, it was either day 1 or day 2, the Spider-Man, Absorbing Man, Professor X, Zabu combo. Back on original Zabu days, that was awful. If you had Spider-Man and Absorbing Man, you could lock them out of the game, essentially. You could lock them out of the lane entirely from turns 4 through 6 and still be able to play there. It was wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanos does act as a potential counter for Professor X, but it's very all in on that one card. And so it's tough to consistently get that as a way for your last turn play to be meaningful. Bringing it to 2 would hurt it in negative decks and with Ravonna, but I don't know if it'd be that much more. Hand of Blood, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The Professor X Cannonball stuff really has me burned out with ladder. I can see that. It's starting to get to the point where people are really just not enjoying it. War Machine is a counter, but he's so inconsistent. Is where that piece. It's hard to consistently get value from War Machine. Hand of Blood and Vix Van Halen, thank you both for the Prime subs. The support is phenomenal. It looks like we're getting some. I got a little heads up. It says we're going to be taking a little bit longer before this match since we're going to have the other semis first on stream and then this one. So you will play after they finish. All right. So we're going to be co-streaming for a little bit longer. I'm actually going to run one set of ads so it doesn't disrupt the next set of games. And then once that one finishes, me and Alvy will jump into our set. Good luck with the semis and hope you win it all. I'm just enjoying the ride, regardless of if I lose. It's been fun to kind of put that competitive lens back on. And so we're gonna run a quick ad set while the stream is pending. We'll be right back. Rando, hit us with those ads. War Machine with Infinite and Ebony Maw. Yeah, I've been roasted a couple of times by a War Machine Infinite combo. It's hard to always have War Machine to be able to use, and so it's not as consistent as you would like for that last turn big swing play. But you can absolutely get just taken blindsided by it if everything lines up just right. This is going to be quite the matchup with Aoi. I agree. It's going to be a tough one. And I wish they did this tournament later with Arsham as the featured card. That would have been hilarious. Because then it really comes down to, one, the core build that you use, but also it comes down to how well you use the resources that you're given. And I really, really like that. So Arsham, I think would be a really cool one to see some kind of competition for.
Our semifinals. I actually have a very cool.
You said I was sick. I got a super short ad that time. Rando, welcome back. Someone said that the change they did to Thanos was testing if War Machine would work as an ongoing.
Watch this.
Like maybe a cheaper cost, but an ongoing card instead, so that it's effective for every turn.
Which was really cool from what we saw.
So what was Jeff's deck here? So Woody had that. Jeff had Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative Gilgamesh was massive. I missed this when we were competing. A Rasham? Air Isham? I'm getting a couple of different breakdowns. Yeah, the Mr. Negative build was wild. And he took it too. It was close. It came down to a 3-3.
Never skip on Collapse Mines is something that's just it's really, really tough. I think
I'm a knight. Hey, just want to say I'm so happy you're doing better in life and well enough to feel comfortable to come back. You provide us with a lot of joy in our days. Thank you so much for being here. Just the support from coming back has been phenomenal. Like I got very emotional whenever I kind of posted the details of why I took the break. And then there was just so much just overwhelming positivity coming down. And so just you guys being here to still enjoy the content means so much to me. And so thank you for the kind words.
So because we have
Rando, you're a troll. Dumbstruck Dead, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The support is massive. That brings us to 49 for the day, which is so crazy. I've been off for, actually I think it's more than 49. Does that count gifted? I've been off for like a little over a year from streaming, and then you guys come back with just absolute massive support.
We were just testing you, chat. So Spyro had a really great line.
I missed the dad jokes. I missed having an audience to tell the dad jokes too.
Really far ahead against Pony Pun. Pony fought back as best as she could, but then she could get back.
The Bob Ross of Snap.
Went down to the wire. So really excited to see both of these two make it out here into the semifinals. This is where things get.
We were just waiting under Invisible Woman. You were always there, ready for when I was ready.
That was just kind of like your third best one, and you were just hoping to get as far as you can. Really, really excited to see that here. I think this is going to be a great matchup.
Very excited to see what decks we are going to see from both of our matches. So once again, reminder, we are seeing completely new decks.
Feeling pumped now? I'm still nervous, but excited for sure. Who are you predicting to win? I have to say me. Whether I believe it or not, I have to give the vote of confidence to me. I think either way, it's going to be a tough semifinals and a tough finals to whoever are there.
Even though Gilgamesh isn't featured in every single deck,
oh, this match. Oh, this match. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Childish. That makes more sense.
Gilgamesh seeming so incredibly clutch to flip that throne room at the very, very end of the game.
It's going to be Jeff v TLSG. I'm calling it now. So you're predicting Jeff to win this match?
Outside of like Aoi and Lamy, what do you think was your?
Let's see if I can do a
matchup in that last one. I think we're still shaking seeing those top decks of Mockingbird and Cannonball from the last round.
Has this tourney changed your opinion of Gilgamesh? No, not necessarily. I think he's a good like mid-range card for some decks, but a lot of times that turn 5 play is really, really pivotal. And so I don't know that he sees a whole lot of play outside of that. Like he can win games, but your deck has to really be focused around him. He's a good boost to he's a good boost to like zoo style builds. John, you said I got Binks and Dara cards from the previous tourneys. Yeah, the Spectrum was a pretty nice, sleek variant, and Binks definitely surprised me with his tackling of that one. Would he be OP if he was 4 cost?
When we're jumping around, we can miss some things, and we kind of.
I don't know if he'd be OP because you still have to set up your board to enable him. So yes, you could copy it with things like Absorbing Man, but you have to set it up ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely a Gamora level card, which is definitely how I built him in a lot of cases. Was just kind of that mid-range, decent body, not necessarily all in every time.
After this, maybe we'll see some shakeup on the ladder, and I always enjoy that. Some exciting new stuff.
If you have your shiny new Gilgamesh, you now have 48 new Gilgamesh decks that you can.
I don't remember how to do.
After seeing all these competitors, because I'm sure they're going to talk about, on their own channels and everything else, like how they prepare for these events and what their thought process was building around these cards, which is what I think is really cool. I think that the game is getting close to being done, or getting close to being set up. But
who's going up against Jeff in this one
today? Which one surprised you the most, and which one do you think is the first one that you're going to try jumping in and playing Gilgamesh here? I'm really excited for the.
So this is your last deck going into the semis. We selected 4. Spyro, that's right. So we created 4. I just don't remember my last one, so I'm gonna have to phone a friend if I get to the finals.
Honestly, I tried. Oh,
and so we're gonna do the poll.
Not too successfully yet. Still got some tooling to go.
Partially successful.
I went ahead and launched a poll. If you wanna do some Gamba, we are jumping into the match.
The winner will go on for their chance to be crowned this time's Conquerors champion.
So this one's a Mockingbird, which when I was brewing for these, I was definitely hurting not having Mockingbird. I definitely wanted to try and pull her just from like Squirrel Girl, Mysterio, all benefit Mockingbird in such a heavy way. Spyro's running a Thanos Zoo, which is another one that I just didn't have enough time to feel like I made it work consistently. Jeff running the clutter of the White Widow and Debris is nothing less than what I would expect from him. The double on reveal is wild there. Their Reality Stone absolutely stacked Jeff in that left lane.
Unfortunately, that is no longer allowed as Jeff completely clogs up the board. He's now thrown 5 different cards over on Spyro's side.
That is crazy. It's only for 1 cube or potentially 2, but it does. Yeah. It went into a retreat. If you win, I will name my firstborn TLSG. No pressure. All right. No pressure. We're gonna win this one. We're gonna bring it all the way home. I'm thinking about being a Scrooge with my keys and not opening for Thena and Grandmaster this week. I've been enjoying Thena quite a bit, but I could also see if you don't like playing decks that typically run Kitty Pryde, I could see skipping. Like in the decks that she works in, she's incredible. But if you're not running the Kitty Pryde kind of mid-range or mid-range counter style decks, then she's not worth it. Mopey, I paused because I thought I was pronouncing it incorrectly.
Soulstone used to afflict your opponent's side of the board. Now Soulstone is going to give Thanos a nice cheeky buff. So a lot of really, really cool things going on there.
Absolutely. And honestly, I kind of like the Thanos change. I was playing a bit of it and I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, she's been really good, and a lot of people were saying she's too similar to Angela. But I like that they kind of work together to enhance each other, because then you're scaling 2 lanes while buffing up your Angela lane, and in a different lane you're still putting power on the board with that Thena. So it looks like Spyro's running a Thanos Zoo Cannonball build. We have seen a lot more Professor X Cannonball than I really thought we would.
maybe hoping that double Nightcrawler jumping.
Do you ever see Galactus getting a buff? I don't think so. I think that it's such a negative like feel card that it'd be tough for them to buff it without quite a bit of backlash.
Important to note, Jeff does not have Jeff.
Yeah, I think Phasmos. I think he'll be pretty decent.
Okay.
But I think it'll also be. It could just be another Silver Surfer stat card.
And then the Professor X popped out on the Grand Central. What a funny turn of events there. It looks like so. Spyro won't know.
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of people that'd be upset by Galactus buff. I think now to use him, you have to do it in creative ways.
Dude, Grand Central's kind of
board state is
bad today.
Is the state of Marvel Snap. Yeah. Professor X locks, rocks, clutter, junk. It's absolutely wild.
Especially like early on, I think it's pretty.
A rework could be a possibility.
It just, if it's an early game, you just kind of take it. When it comes towards the end, it can be a little bit more frustrating for sure. Ant-Man coming out for Jeff early here. I don't really know who's favorite.
Yeah, he's usable without being too strong.
I'm not
Any
sure.
predictions for the upcoming over the air? Honestly, I don't know. I would hope that the Professor X Cannonball combo somehow gets brought in line. But now that we've had like a month worth of data where Cannonball's been very prevalent, I would hope that something is in the line, but I haven't seen a whole lot. Everything else feels like it's in an okay spot. It's just the Professor X Cannonball makes everything really tough to play into.
Just having all those choices in the mid-game.
I mean, how do you rework a World Eater into not eating worlds? That's true. You want it to be true to the character as well. I can hear Jeff grumbling about Professor X from here. Yeah, very, very potentially. Buff instead, ongoing War Machine. That could be pretty decent. Giving you a way to kind of combat that location any turn moving forward. And if so, then I need to unlock War Machine because I don't have him yet.
Looking at the opponent with the Thanos deck, usually you're going to have some pretty big giant monsters in there. Not that he knows exactly. It does top end at Coal Obsidian and Thanos.
Buff Mr. Negative. There was a point in time where he had a positive attack balance or power level. I do enjoy a good Professor X, or not Professor X, Mr. Negative build though. I still run one from time to time. It's not super consistent, but when it hits, there's almost no stopping it.
Wait, was that Jeff who snapped?
2 more hours for the variants? I think we can push for the 2 more hours.
Oh my gosh, I'm out. Bye.
Didn't catch a breath, just immediately hit that snapback button. And he gets 2 cubes out of it. What an amazing
So was that a double snap? A snap into...
I do that probably more than I should, and it does not work ever on ladder.
Interesting. Into a snapback, into a retreat. Unless it was a high stakes round already. Nasir, welcome back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for being here. Yeah, he was a 4-4 in beta. I think he got brought down to 4-2 at some point, and then eventually to his negative state. Yeah, Magic on 6 was wild. That was a wild time for sure. Same thing with the 3-cost Devil Dino. The 3-0 power level Devil Dino was absolutely nuts.
Interesting, the Squirrel Girl coming out, Sewer System, both players have
Storm, War Machine, and Legion.
Not really sure. But New York, it looks like
I've been beaten by that combo a couple of times, but it's very situational. Like you have to have a very good draw to make it happen. And you still need some early game cards to compete for the board state as well. So something like, I would think, White Widow, and maybe a few others. That Moon Girl Devil Dino combo deck, it was nasty. Back when Nova was giving +2 to everything on the board, it was a wild time in the beta days.
They already are going to be able to move things around. Maybe you like to have your own option to be able to move things around with New York a little bit better. Jeff just said cannonballable, which I love. That sounds amazing.
So we got a snap. Yeah, the +2 Nova was crazy.
for sure.
Did you already duel Owie? No, so that's, since it's the semifinals, they're casting this match, and then it'll move to me and Owie.
So, if I'm Jeff, I think we're moving Nocturne into New York.
And so this one's for 4. They've got some high pressure going on now, with each one really needing to grab the wins.
Personally, if I was Jeff, I would do that on turn 5.
Good point.
Remember when it used to make Thanos stones free? Ooh, yeah. The only downside I have to the Quinjet nerf was that I really liked like a Moon Girl, Khazar Zoo blood style that utilized Quinjet, and so that kind of got hit in the back burners. Seeing TLSG action on 2 streams, amazing time to be alive. I'm glad to be included in this. It's been a lot of fun. I mainly just wanted to make sure that I got past the first couple of rounds, and so no matter what happens after this, I think we're in a good spot. We're happy with it. The Warpath Destroyer days, the old Destroyer / Spectrum deck that I think Jeff, I think he's the one that like kind of started that pilot. Those were some good days too. I unfortunately didn't have Mystique whenever the 3-cost Devil Dino Mystique combo was going on.
There's always a chance you top deck that blue marble.
I look back on these; they were frustrating, but I think it's interesting for sure.
Hello?
So even like the Leech Leader meta days, those were some of the most tilting games I've ever played. I don't think anything has frustrated me as bad as running into Leech Leader every single game.
Is going to put him into a pretty solid lead on Baxter building moving forward, unless Jeff finds a way to get access to that blue marble as well.
He is apparently still in game. This is very
Wave was also a good one. Just like a good waves or wave like good card deck was so tough to fight against.
Yeah, thank you.
Did Spyro's client broke? He's not able to do anything? That's unfortunate. Could he have maybe... Oh, but once you leave a Conquest match, you can't join it back, right?
Just got a 2-6 sitting there waiting. I don't think there's many other options for Jeff other than both things right. Ant-Man left, call it a day.
That's unfortunate.
And he's safe from Cannonball, too.
Old School Arrow could come back. I think Old School Arrow could come back now, because we have a lot more fill the entire board style builds that I don't think it would completely break her. I don't think it would completely break the game to have it intact. Wave Galactus into like a Professor X or Death, Null, all of those was so frustrating. And I think all of these frustrating the decks, to me the most frustrating part was how popular they became or how frustrating they were. If it happens 1 out of 10 or 15 games, it's unfortunate, but it's not as tilting. If it's back to back to back to back, that's when it starts becoming just absolutely frustrating where you can't take it anymore.
Yeah, I think Jeff knows he's probably
Old Kingpin was one that I always wanted to crack. I loved his design or idea, but I was never able to make it work super consistently. Something like the Juggernaut. There was one time I did like a Invisible Woman Kingpin Arrow style build to like yank them after the fact, and it would destroy with the Kingpin. But all in all, it was pretty inconsistent.
Jeff, not a big fan of Cannonball.
I think like a lot of chat.
So Cannonball mid. Does it swing the game back in Spyro's favor? It does. Losing. Ooh, is that all of it? That was all of it. The Cannonball. I know Jeff is upset about the Cannonball. Swinging that middle location was huge.
Really, really great games there. I think his game against Yo Woody was
that happened incredibly quick.
I think, if I'm him, I'm probably retreating that turn, but he chose to put it all on the line there. Congrats to Spyro. Very, very well played.
Great games.
Yeah, the Kingpin change.
To Jeff. Once again, just like you said, excellent plays in our previous rounds, and congratulations, Spyro, heading into finals.
Jeff hates lockdown. Yeah, he was he definitely hated the Galactus days too.
People are kind of testing with the new changes. Super cool.
And so let's see all the Jeff enjoyers. Let me manage the poll real fast, right?
Even though you don't get to play it too often because Thanos is a little bit less consistent, just still having those options is really, really
Oh, wait, was it not a gamble poll?
Yeah, I do like the...
May not have been a gamble
sorry,
poll.
I'm a cannonball enjoyer. My bad.
No, it wasn't a gamble poll. Okay.
But I do
Maybe they
like
took that away.
how you can play Thanos into these control decks.
Oh,
and
not a
just
prediction.
plop
Thank you,
right
Indy.
into Professor X.
Still getting
People sometimes think they've
used
got
to
that
it.
lane and you're like,
Please send your decks and we can get
surprise.
started. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and run a quick ad as I get the client set up, and that way we are into the semifinals. All right, next up we have Owie. We'll hit that in the whenever it starts. Yep, next up is the semifinals, and so from there, we'll hopefully reach the Austria's with you. Thank you so much, Bobby Lee Swagger. Thank you so much. All right, switching over the view now. There we go. And we're going to set it to emotes only. And hang on, everyone. Here we go. All right, everyone. Next up, we have Owie. Hopefully for the semifinals, after a crushing victory against Lambie with the cannonball play, hopefully we can hold down whatever deck he decides to bring to this showcase. So we're gonna skip one. As we get a feel for what kind of build they're running. I think we just get stats on the board. We do the Brood. We do a hella Gilgamesh build. I thought about doing one, but I couldn't get one that popped. I brewed. It was meshy, but it was a Gilgameshy build, and it just didn't work in my favor. So we can always do Super Scroll. So if they revive a Blue Marvel with Super Scroll or with Hela, then we could do it.
Oh, snap.
But I do like the free 6-cost card we have here. We do have Patriot to lean into, so maybe next turn would be the Patriot, and then the Blue Marvel, and then if we get a Gilgamesh, then it's going to be Gilgameshy. We do get the first blood against the build. I'm so nervous about a Hela-style Gilgamesh build, just because there's so many high power plays already intact that Gilgamesh kind of just feels like it's added in. And so I actually kind of like Mindscape. If they are going Hela build, we can get rid of most of our cards. They don't have a chance to resummon it. So given a couple more locations, I may snap into this one as well. Because yes, they can dump their hand. Yes, they can get rid of everything. But I think their board state before that is going to be pretty poor. So we have Pet Mansion. Forge is a decent one into the Brood. We'll go ahead and snap it. We'll snap into it. Mindscape is beautiful against the Hela player. I don't think they're going to have a way to change that location. And so we'll give it our best shot. So Black Knight coming in, a potential big resource. And so monster on either side is decent for the Patriot line. But I do like the Brood a little bit better, so I think we're going to go... I think we're going to go Brood. Problem becomes we completely cap it out whenever we play one. Let's go Brood into mid. They do have Corvus, so their hand is going to be empty by the time Mindscape comes around. Ooh, they can do Hela. Oh, no. I forgot about Corvus. I don't own Corvus, and so I completely forgot that the card existed. It's super scary. Patriot's decent. Silver Surfer's decent. I'm starting to think maybe we shouldn't have snapped, though. What cards have been discarded, though? If they bring them back, that's tough. Super Scroll, I don't know that that's the right play. Gilgamesh next turn for sure. And what was the first card that was discarded for the Black Knight? That was the Lady Deathstrike, right? Yeah. And so Red Hulk's in hand. It's all a matter of if they get the Hela down. If they top deck the Hela, we could be in a hell of a lot of trouble. I'm going to go ahead and throw Gilgamesh to the left and hope for the best. I guess they could always top deck it on the last turn too, right? We're okay giving the Super Scroll. We're just hoping that they can't draw the Hela out. So Gilgamesh, they do have Hela, and so the hefty stack in the left lane. They do get rid of Red Hulk, the Black Cat in the right. What did we send them? We sent Super Scroll, which would be Patriot. We sent Silver Surfer, which only helps their Lady Sif, so I don't think they're going to go that line. We sent Iron Lad, which I don't think is going to help them either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think we stay here, because we pull from this one. We pull Ebony Blade. We pull that, so it's still the 26 power. And then doing this would copy. It'd be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So it'd only be a 10 power play. So that would be more power overall. So I do think we have to retreat out of this. Them drawing the Hela was big. I don't think we can compete with those sorts of stats. I guess it depends on what their top deck is as well.
Escaped.
Hell is going to be a tough one. Hell is going to be a really tough one because it all comes down to drawing those potential outs. And with Corvus making it not a turn 6 play, that really makes it even more difficult to dodge. Did one of the puppies walk by? Sanctum Sanctorum is a tough one for us. We have no way to get power over there. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. We get some power there through Strange Academy. I'm going to go Forge into a buffed up Mr. Sinister, unless we top deck Brood. So the Super Scroll, I know Gilgamesh is here. I'm guessing Gilgamesh and Blue Marvel, because they have to have a way to utilize the Gilgamesh, right? And right now, none of their cards buff up. So Lady Sif gets rid of Magneto, which will pull a lot of our cards around. Magneto being that Black Knight play, so it is really tough whenever they draw it. So the Mr. Sinisters aren't incredibly ideal, but they're not awful either. We do want some decent power here. We have the Wasp. We could go Gilgamesh, depending on where it sits. The Blade gets rid of Jubilee, so that's one of the missing cards. And then Gilgamesh is in there, but I'm not sure it gets utilized in any major way. It's the real Mr. Sinister here. And this one's the Sinister clone, right? So we can buff it up a tiny amount, but not huge. As far as discarded goes, Magneto is one of them. And then Jubilee. We're going to bow out of that one.
Escaped.
We're going to have to make a stand somewhere, but I don't know that that one was the one to do it on. That's unfortunate. Sokovia gets rid of their Black Cat. Our Iron Lad is gone. We do have Brood. We'll see. I'm still curious how the Blue Marvel comes into play for Owie, or the Gilgamesh, because Gilgamesh has to be lumped in there. Black Knight early is so devastating. We lost Iron Lad, but at least we didn't lose something like Patriot or Absorbing Man or Silver Surfer. So there's the Gilgamesh, Elsa Bloodstone, and so there's Jubilee. Oh, Elsa Bloodstone was with Camp Lehigh, right? With the extra energy, we know Gilgamesh could come down. Infinite's now gone. This one's looking like it's going to be a tough one all the way through. If we even have a chance to come back. Just the amount of stats that something like Hela can bring on the board, tacked in with like a blue Marvel, I assume, is tough. And so Magneto comes down mid. We do have the blue Marvel. Unfortunately, don't have another way to buff it, though. So even something like this isn't great at all. We know that their first card discarded was Gilgamesh, and so they have a 4 cost. We're going to jump out of it. Unfortunately, we're going to jump out of it. I don't know that we're going to be able to strike blood against the Hela build. But we are in high stakes rounds. It goes down to all or nothing pretty quickly, unfortunately. Don't cry for me yet. We haven't lost. We probably will. It's headed in that direction, it looks like. But don't cry for me yet. Don't know that we'll be able to play before a Teelan comes down. We could throw Hatred on the board, but that'd be about it. And so Black Cat, they're looking at a full hand. Death's Domain, not completely off limits, but definitely not a great one for us. We'd have to get something like Brood or Mr. Sinister. And that's easier said than done. We do get Mr. Sinister here. And we get Brood. Jubilee plays big in Death's Domain, pulling Corvus, which discards their Hela. They have extra energy, but Hela is gone. Corvus is on the board, but we could potentially go over the Corvus. Their Jubilee's gone. We'd have to look out for Magneto pulling our Broods out of Death's Domain. And we'd have to hit something like... I guess... No. Ooh. No.
Snap. Victory.
We just have to get good Corvus luck is all that it's going to take. A few more of those. We get America Chavez. Ooh, America Chavez into a free raft resource would be pretty big. You're just hoping. Their hand could be beautiful for the setup too, though, so they have to be cautious. Ooh, into the Bifrost, so it moves it out of the raft. Patriot gets the buff, but we don't get one of our lower end ones. Black Knight early, super hard. They're going to have the guaranteed 9 power Ebony Blade. Nidavlier's decent, because we do have the luxury of being able to completely fill up our hand, or our board, or a little bit more so. The Infinite, the Gilgamesh. I'm really curious where the buff factor, because Gilgamesh, Red Hulk are 2 of the 3 remaining cards that we haven't seen yet. We're going to go Iron Lad left. We're going for the RNG Casino here. That is what we're shooting for. Brood would be beautiful. It's like 1 out of 5. Forge is not much better, though. RNG Casino did not favor us this day. This one turns into a quick retreat. With Corvus, they have extra energy. They could do Magneto, which disrupts a lot of the lines we go with. Discarded, they have some major heavy hitters. With Brood and Mr. Sinister both sitting at the bottom. There's nothing we can do. We're drawing dead at that point. It's almost. We've almost got knocked out, but we'll see if we can get how many lucky swings? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 4 back to back.
Escape.
All right, every round is the potential ending one. The dream is almost over. It might be Spyro and Owie to finish it off. Rickety Bridge is actually really scary for us. A last turn Magneto right here like pulls all of our stuff over, and there's not anything we can do to stop it. So if they don't discard it, it becomes very, very scary. Oh, Black Knight on turn 1 has been absolutely devastating us the entire run. I'm okay if we lose Forge, but at least they'll have to put something there to be able to lose it. Muir Island is surprisingly okay. We have Brood that's going to go down there. Blade discards their Gilgamesh, and so they will be able to, at least when it resummons, give it a decent bump from the Muir Island location. It's a 1 out of 5 dig here. We're going to the RNG casino. It failed us last time. Let's see if we can hit. It at least gets impacted by Wasp, or by Patriot, but definitely not great. Ebony Blade in the rickety bridge is huge. Like, there's nothing we can do there anymore. And so we're completely at their mercy. The Jubilee pulling into death. So the only cards that they have to buff built into their deck is Red Hulk and potentially the Ebony Blade. Because the Ebony Blade is base of 0. And so it sets it to 9. Otherwise, the Red Hulk is the only thing buffing up Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh is definitely just like a tack-in card in this one, which is unfortunate. But... So we do need to compete here, but we also have to look out for Magneto. Magneto here pulling all of our little broodlings. It's devastating.
We are the future.
Well, that's unfortunate. We will, however, root for both of them in the finals. We made it to the semis. I don't necessarily care for this deck as a Gilgamesh build around, but it puts out more stats than what ours did. And so the Magneto, the Ebony Blade, definitely in line with what I thought would happen. But we had to try and block what we could. Had Iron Lad pulled over instead of the second Broodling, we could have tied here, but I think we would have lost overall. So a little bit of a bummer way to lose. Not to a Gilgamesh, but to a Magneto. But let's free you guys all and let the chat flow. I'm so sorry, man. A friendly competition between streamers. It's fine. It's fine. People complain about Cannonball, but Hela needs to get nerfed before anything. Sinister, right? If we did the Absorbing Man or Mr. Sinister. Sinister, right? We could have won that one, right? Couldn't we have played Sinister here? Because it'd be 10, 2 plus, or 3 plus 3 would be 16, and then Absorbing Man and Wasp here would have been 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we could have won. We could have won with the Mr. Sinister, the Absorbing Man, the Wasp here. If we had thought about the priority. I was thinking that maybe we could cheese the card that got pulled over. You can only play Abs, right? Did we play priority? No, we didn't have priority because the Mr. Sinister left didn't go off. It didn't trigger before, and that's why it was able to pull 3 broods over. Because there were 3. I played Absorbing Man and Wasp, or I guess Sinister, Absorbing Man, and then Wasp. Had it went off, it would have had only 1 space to pull over. And so we would have won the right and mid. Even the moderators forgot about priority and plotted your rickety play. It was a gut feeling. It wasn't something that I was able to come over the top of it though, but it's okay. It does happen. The Ebony Blade in Rickety Bridge, I think, was the big finisher. Having Black Knight early was so big for that Rickety Bridge play. Cannonball versus Hela in a Gilgamesh tournament. Ooh, they are casting the last one, or did they go to break? Let me switch over to the stream. We'll get off the sad one and over onto it.
Of Ultron. So we have a Ultron mirror in the finals. We're going to be doing so much math. There's going to be cards going everywhere. Gilgameshes are going to be huge. How excited are you, Eggs?
So excited. Not for the math, though, because chat's going to be like, oh, where she can't even count. I know it.
Love math.
Respect, you did well. Probably need a snap/risk a bit more in some cases. Yeah. Yeah, and I've been out of the conquest for a little while, and so I could definitely see that. I thought it was really a cool idea to put a deck building like restriction on Gilgamesh and building around Gilgamesh.
We had so many new content creators to Conquerors, so just big shout out if anyone is still watching who competed today. You all did such an amazing job, and we're so proud of everyone, even people who didn't make it here to the finals. So. Just super
yeah, but so Garth, since I didn't have priority, if we were sure about the Magneto play, it pulling those broods out of that right location would have given space for Absorbing Man to go off in the right lane.
You know, being part of the crowd, sort of.
We had a winning line there. I didn't see it in time, unfortunately.
But yeah, I agree. This group was amazing.
We had a really uphill battle. I think it was 4 or 5 in a row that we would have had to win. And so. That's okay. It's all right. We pulled the Band-Aid off. Now we get to enjoy the finals.
Broaden your horizons on Twitch.
Absolutely. Make sure if you aren't, make sure to go and check out all the creators. Follow them. I think that the Marvel Snap community is such.
Wait, have they showed the finals lists?
You know, it's my career now, which is crazy. You know, I being able to grow and meet all these amazing people in the community, hear all the good things, and I really do hope that you know.
First tourney, and we made it.
Sometimes and feel very, you know, competitive. I think that we have just a beautiful community here in Marvel Snap, and it's something that I want to see keep growing.
Oh, both of them are Ultron decks? Nice. So my last one was either a Sasquatch Zoo or another one. I don't remember. I guess we didn't have to figure out which that last one was. It was either a Sasquatch Zoo Gilgamesh build, or it was one that was closer to like the autocomplete. It had Red Guardian for a little bit of counterplay. It had Nocturne, but it was leaning more heavily on Blue Marvel and Gilgamesh for the most part. Similar to Super Tech God. Super similar to what he had in the second round.
That you've been enjoying the most?
Oh, good question. So I did get a little flack yesterday for playing the Athena deck that everybody is playing, but it was very fun. I hadn't played it until literally yesterday. And of course it swept because it's a very powerful deck.
He said you can see Binks isn't happy about it, but is obligated to only be positive about everything. And it is what it is. The good thing about a competition like this is that there's really no stakes. It's for the fun of it. And so being here, just a fun community event to get everyone kind of banded together and see a lot of high level play. And so I think it's I think it's okay. I think it's a fun competition. It's not like there's prize money on the line. It was more of like everyone comes in and whoever wins. I think there's maybe a title that somebody that they get in game, but nothing much more heavy than that.
Tournament, I was just like, all right, well, I really like this deck. Let's play it, and ended up you know, having that awesome run. And I've just always loved Sandman Ramp. It's just people think it's a bit of a solitaire deck, but they don't really know how to play it. You really kind of have to plan right on turn 4 the rest of your game. I love that kind of chess match.
Summer Vacation and the Hellfire Gala. Is that your
when you just go full tempo. And Blink just
those are the collections
and is an amazing
like your variant collections that you like.
Into Blink is just incredible. You get another huge card for your Electro.
Diamond skin.
Have the downside of Electro anymore. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I agree with you. That's such a fun combination. The first time I see it, I was like, "Whoa, that's actually genius." Because half the time I'm playing Electro, I'm trying to get rid of him. Oh, we're jumping in. Here we go.
And boy, we are here at the
all right, so we do have a Pixie.
Everyone give it up for these awesome competitors. It is an Ultron mirror here in the finals.
Yeah, a Pixie Ultron build.
We're gonna see is that Aoi is gonna have
the best White Queen variants. Gotcha.
Or I think I'm gonna guess we have the deck list opposite because it looks like Spyro is the one.
Binks' Monday stream is gonna be wild for his rant about this.
Spyro has a Pixie and Mobius,
I'll tune in for sure.
And then Spyro's end, the difference is gonna be they have Invisible Woman.
Mobius on the top deck is nice.
Huge in this matchup, unlike last matchup.
As long as they don't have a counter to it, and it being in the raft, they can't directly counter to it. It's huge.
Elias.
That's huge for Spyro. He gets a free Eliath, which completely derails like a last turn Gilgamesh. But we know that they're probably doing like the Ultron stuff in the raft.
To just like dump your whole hand there to just force that.
I don't know who Spyro is, but he needs to crush Aoi. They're both other content creators. I know Spyro does a lot of high end like ladder gameplay. I think he ranks a little higher than what I do typically.
The baby one flipped upside down. That one's my favorite.
I was over in Doey's chat and we were all rooting for you. I tried my best, Lemur. I tried my very best. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the cards this time, but we tried to do a sleek last play to at least win one of the rounds, just for a little morale, but it didn't quite turn out either. Spyro's who I watch all day at work, usually when the Americans are asleep. Yeah. Oh, is he salty? I haven't seen him very much.
I am gonna go back and look at Aoi's.
But I do know that some of his builds are definitely like on the more competitive side. So he reminds me more of like a KM Best that's looking for like end game ladder style builds. He likes his post game rants about particular cards. I could see that.
I think Invisible when you want to set up so you basically your opponent can't calculate Ultron, right? You play Invisible Woman down.
Yeah, Doey was my first matchup. And so it was really unfortunate. She didn't draw Pixie. Pixie was hiding in her deck most of the rounds. And the one that she did, I got a copy of her Mobius. And so I was able to play that to counteract the benefit from it.
The Pixie can completely change the game and give Spyro just a huge advantage by being able to play multiple huge cards. But then Aoi has that super scroll.
You still won our hearts. That's what matters. It's just being here for the fun of the game, the fun of the match. And she was nervous. Two kindest streamers got matched up first. I was nervous too, Lemur. Like I'm sure on the video of the man. Like at one point I mentioned my hands were shaking. Just because it's like there's not necessarily stakes, but you want to perform well. And so I definitely
in that right lane and
kind of have that same sentiment that I was really nervous going into it.
Which is unfortunate.
Oh, thank you, Marvin. I'll close out the game. I hadn't brought myself to go past the battle defeated stage. I was just soaking it in. I'll close out the client so that it stops the in-game music so we can hear the broadcasters a bit more.
Panotitron.
It hurts my mouth every time. I've been yapping on stream for 2 hours. I think I might pull a
my
muscle
face
or something.
Definitely hurts. Yeah, that's for sure. Go ahead.
Quantum Realm.
You're the winner of the hearts. I regardless of going into it, I just wanted to make it and have fun doing it. I think it was really cool to brew a whole bunch of decks and really have that kind of limitation on that deck building structure. It really puts my cooking into a different lens, but it was definitely fun to do so. And then
you got this, buddy.
Timo Tato, I don't think I ever called out. Thank you for the Prime sub. I missed it. It was like 15 minutes ago, but thank you so much for the support. I'm glad to have you here.
He is the big advantage in being able to use Pixie. Now, the Mobius might be a problem. You might not be wanting to play.
The ability to stay positive and happy even in a one-sided fight. So I think had it been like big stakes. So Eric was good and Fnatic. Thank you both for the Prime subs as well. Thank you so much for the support. That brings us up to like 54 for the day, which is ridiculous. You guys are awesome. I think especially for this kind of competition, it's a competition and a little more highly competitive, but at the end of the day, we're not competing for a bigger prize pool, and so I think I don't think there's a reason to get necessarily unhappy or get frustrated with it. I enjoy the game.
I feel like
the meta state is as it is,
like this,
but it is unfortunate.
Going into with Gilgamesh and how everybody is playing this type of.
And then Owie may be able to bring this one home. He's been performing well, regardless of what decks he brought. The way that he's been playing them has been spot on.
Side, and every time you take a spot for a tech card, that's a card that could give you
you can definitely see Spyro's getting frustrated here too.
It's always that give and take.
And then somebody said something about
these players both have
KM Best's chat.
It could be any
Man, you need to
combinations of decks that
get onto KM's channel, man.
And it just so
yeah. So Rando, actually, I'm trying to set up something with KM for
the perfect RNG.
Maybe next Friday. I'm looking to potentially sit down and do a podcast. My schedule is all kinds of hectic, so it's been a tough thing. But I am talking to him, seeing if we can get something going.
Hopefully, you can just keep
TLSG and Lambie for the next snapshot interviews. That would be pretty cool as well.
It's the combination of Invisible Woman.
See, and the scroll for me did absolutely nothing. It was just unfortunate that we got matched into a situation where the opponent wasn't running any kind of ongoings. And so had we, I think it could have been largely different. But I think you're right. I think the Super Scroll is going to be really pivotal in who wins this final one. And Super Samurai, this is the final.
Get some pretty substantial power coming out on your side. And we talked about this a little bit in the matchup between.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be misplays, but I think overall, in general, like his snaps, just the overall composure and like the competitive or I guess battle mode style matches has been good.
Right now, Owie's just bleeding Spyro out of cubes, and I feel like if you're the deck that's unfavored, you can't do that. You just have to take a swing.
Yeah, Wolverine. And so that was the intent, was to be able to build stuff that had heavy counters. And I thought Super Scroll would work a little bit better. So I thought by the time we were a couple in, I could lean a little bit more on Super Scroll. But the first one, I was definitely anticipating things like Patriot, Onslaught, Iron Man, those sorts of cards. And so that was the idea behind it, to restrict with Jean Grey and then just absolutely kind of set their ongoings on fire. Or if they use Invisible Woman, Echo was a fantastic kind of follow-up, kind of lock them in and make it where their ongoings didn't do anything for them.
But, you know, we can say it sucks for Spyro, but you also have to give props for Owie of thinking about this mirror, I'm sure, when he brought this deck. And I think the Invisible Woman Super...
Yeah, you can tell Spyro's getting a little frustrated. It's coming into a real tough matchup.
Opponent can have, which just makes some of these choices from your opponent it feels like pick your poison, right? Like, how are you going to lose?
Yeah, I have a really good community behind me. So being able to stay positive, like, we're all here because we enjoy the game. And so we might as well enjoy it, all the good and bad that comes with it. I think whenever Thanos was at large, it was like every game felt like a Thanos build. I was still able to kind of smile through most of it and find ways to work around that. It's just when you see something so commonly or so hard to match up if you're not anticipating it, it can get frustrating for a lot of people, but we typically are able to stay pretty positive in light of whatever we run into. And then Ligature Marks, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day.
Maybe he can utilize Gilgamesh to take it.
You said now I would be really interested in your last deck, to be honest, if it had a chance against both of the finalists. I'm thinking probably not. They saved their...
The person in the driver's seat here.
They saved theirs.
Can we see Owie's hand?
They're Ultrons, and I was expecting by the end to it not be as major. I did have Echo in my Sasquatch build, and so it was more of a common Zoo-style deck with Bishop, Angela, Khazar, Blue Marvel, and then it had Echo for that kind of flair, anticipating those Invisible Woman plays. And so the final deck was
location he feels like favors him or something like that.
A pretty standard, I would think, Gilgamesh Zoo.
Because Awi's just going to bleed you dry if you don't.
But it had Echo as that kind of counter component to try to lock out the opponent if you could.
Okay, Gilgamesh, a rare 7. There's the Super Scroll. No.
He probably has a Super Scroll, and I probably lose here, but like, I have to play again. I can't just retreat every single game because I'm scared of the cards, because if I do that, I just lose anyway. So
What percentage of your play is building your own decks versus trying out ones you see others play?
Kind of, going down on that vibe.
That's a really hard one to put in terms of like a split.
You might lose 9 out of 10 games, but you have to fight for that.
I'd say most of the time I see a card, or when I unlock a card or a new card comes out, I start theory crafting around what typically works well or what I think it could enhance. And so then I go through and I pilot from there. If I'm absolutely stuck on something, then, or something's performing exceptionally well, so like the cannonball stuff, or the one that I featured yesterday, which was the most diabolical thing in the world. On that one, sometimes I check out what other people are playing, or if somebody just absolutely like stomps me several games in a row, it kind of piques my interest into brewing something similar. So I think it was Arrow Enjoyer I was playing last night, and he was absolutely stomping me with the Thanos build. And so it's definitely on my bucket list to find a Thanos build that works well.
So I'm going to try and push out and win these games. And I think
you said I'm the one that talked to you on YouTube about the podcast. Hey, welcome in. Did you said you were going to shoot an email over to the one that I have on file. Did it ever, or on the YouTube, did you ever send that?
Did you see the burn? I looked away for a second.
Gilgamesh is cool. He just doesn't feel as good as like Devil Dino. I think he'll be an okay build in like your standard Blue Marvel Zoo style stuff. But I think for the most part,
Gilgamesh.
Oh, I didn't realize Arrow Enjoyer was Zombie. Zombie used to. He was creating whenever I was creating before my break, and so we spoke a few times, and I didn't realize that was him.
That's a good point. I think I think this is a good snap for him. His deck it's not flooded.
I actually had your diabolical deck in mind when I crafted my Ronin deck. Yeah, so a lot of times it's kind of brewing off of other things that I'm seeing. Sometimes it's just brewing from scratch. But I think there's either way, there's typically a lot of inspiration on where the meta's at and what would go good into that. And so it's really hard to put into like an exact percentage. What other mobile games are you playing? Sorry, I think I read that earlier and didn't respond to it. Right now, I haven't actively played anything since coming back to Snap. But before that, I dabbled in Rumble, but I got to a point where it just felt like it was too grindy.
So we get Onslaught on the right, maybe another buffer card of Blue.
And then I did play AFK Journey when it first came out for like a week or two. Just to test a few different, test a few different things.
Yes, I agree.
And I haven't really been actively playing anything else besides Snap as far as on mobile.
So on Awi's side, we know we have.
And then Ligature. Okay, I'll take a look at it to make sure that it came through. So I can get a response back to you.
I think going all in is probably for his.
It's so fun to see you on Twitch again. You're the best deck builder in the game.
I'm almost certain he's going to win middle and right here.
That's a tough one too, because a lot of things definitely come from and stem from like other inspiration. And so I'm honored. But I think there's a lot of really good people that are doing a lot of really good things as well.
You're right. Wow.
Is it 28 right? It might be 28 right. I might have miscounted. Oh no.
Yep, I loved AFK Journey for the first like week or two, and I played it a lot.
Too much.
Congratulations, Awi, our newest
And so Awi lost 1 bar of health, bringing it home. At least if I had to lose I lost to the person that won. And so, yeah, AFK Journey was really fun for a couple of weeks, but then it feels like you're not making any progress. And so, similar to Rumble, when I dropped that, it feels like a grind.
Have that final game come down to just 2 little points.
Yep, I still had that one as well, Lakeshire.
So, claps to all of our amazing competitors that we have available. This was just an amazing.
I haven't seen the text to Skyrim thing. Is it like a script that changes normal writing into Skyrim style, or is it like some kind of game?
It was a boring match or whatever, but honestly, if you're playing in a competitive setting, you're gonna
check out Slice and Dice. Okay, I'll add it to my list to check out.
Came here what he said came here to do what he wanted to do, and that was win. So your newest conqueror is Owie.
For me, you're the most likable Snap YouTuber. I appreciate that because I went on such a long hiatus on accident, and I just appreciate that you guys are still here and still enjoying it. Eggs trying to cover for Owie playing Cannon and Hella.
Couple of things that
said played your GM deck from yesterday and lost a ton of cubes, but had a lot of fun. So I was able to grab quite a few cubes. I think I had close to a 60% win rate. It was a small sample size, so I think it's definitely one that against certain decks it may not work as well.
Stand out to you as one that really jumped out as one that was amazing?
Oh man, it was definitely. Goodness, I'm trying to remember who played.
They really need you on the desk for these. That'd be incredible if that ever happens. I'd gladly join in and be able to commentate on some of the games.
The one who just came out and won the championship.
And then Oracle Kun, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, bringing the count up to 55 for the day. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying the content.
To see a brand new Conquerors champion.
You're a cornerstone of this community and one of the best. I appreciate it.
First round, I mean, we had to jump around a lot, but you could see there was so much fight going in with everyone. Super Tech got Illusory, I remember from the
I did see a lot of Reddit posts about where did TLSG go. That really hit me in the feels too. That laundry took a long time to get put back up.
Even just in the, I mean, you go against someone.
I'm a new viewer and love the way how you make decks. It always makes sense. More power. Thank you so much, Lamb. I'm so glad that you found the channel and that you're enjoying the content.
Ran up against Spyro in that.
I used to work out while watching your videos every day before you took a break. Now I'm fat. Oh, Leo, that's my bad. That's my bad. I mean, we're making videos again, so you have to at least go to the gym 2 or 3 times a week now.
4 incredible decks, and giving us that entertainment we were looking for, and I am so happy.
And so it's kind of funny coming back. I had forgotten how like the standard flow of the game went. Like you still have all of the like knowledge of the cards and things, but like I forgot how points were calculated, how energy accumulated. And so like once I jumped in, it was like knocking off the dust. I was able to jump back in really quickly. I have to subscribe after seeing you trying to make interesting Gilgamesh decks. I also love how you narrate your play by play. Thank you so much, Oracle Kun. A lot of that is over on YouTube. I'd love to stream a little bit more or more often rather than taking your breaks at a time. But but I'm glad to be back. I took a hiatus from making videos, and then now we're back to enjoying the game again, rather than it being like a grind. I said so. It's a mod some streamers made where Twitch chat takes control of Skyrim NPCs.
I actually think he's a
that would be wild. Owie is also what I said every time he played the Black Knight. Yeah, me too. Absolutely, me too. On YouTube narrating. Thank you, Oracle Kun. You said, yeah, I love the YouTube videos and the analysis you give during your play. Really helps with understanding the play lines for the decks that you're showcasing. And that's what I started the channel for, was that I was enjoying it, but since I was playing during the beta, I figured that new players, when it launched, would need some kind of insight, and I wanted to share my cool moments of those different decks, and so that's kind of where the motivation to start the channel. I didn't think it was going to be anything like what it grew to, but that was the motivation behind starting the channel.
I mean, last season we had Blink, which I feel like completely changed Marvel Snap. Like there was so many crazy things that were happening with Blink, and now Now, after the Leech change, it seems like Blink has just moved into just being a very good card as opposed to being this kind of like a crazy overpowered card. And I think Gilgamesh kind of fills a similar role. He takes some maybe tier 2 or tier 3 decks, slots into them nicely, and gives you some additional options and lets you play the game a little bit differently.
And so I think they're wrapping
come out of nowhere
this
and bring on
stream up,
omega like S tier decks that
I'm not sure how long
make you wish that you could throw into everything.
They're going to be.
I think Gilgamesh is fun. I think
doing the finish up, but I may jump over into a few more games just so that we can stream for a little bit longer, so that you guys can continue getting your Twitch drops that are here that maybe haven't completed them yet.
A really natural fit into those and can help.
And so if they're wrapping
absolutely, and I think that it's really great for.
Oh, they're doing an interview with Owie. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna stay for a bit. I'd like to. I'd like to hear it. I think it'd be cool insight.
Slam it down. I think you're winning. Zoo early is very, very strong still, and Gilgamesh is a great complement to it.
It's always good too, you see, as someone who's played the game from the first day of beta, I see the game from a different side of things, right? I have all the cards.
Double down. Thank you so much for the resub at tier 1 for the second month. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad to have you here.
Synergy cards are really, really early cards. So if you're coming into Marvel Snap in the last couple of months, you've just gotten into like Series 3, Gilgamesh is probably way
so
more.
What do you guys think the announcement? What do you think the announcement from IGN tomorrow is going to be? And for any of you guys that don't know,
has a big impact for you. So
IGN, their Marvel Snap is doing an announcement at the IGN live stream tomorrow. I think it's slotted for 4 p.m.
Definitely. I agree with you.
It looks like 4 p.m. Central Time.
Tell us who is.
And so I know we've gotten some hints about a couple of new game modes from the patches. I hope it's more than leagues. I like the change that they did to leagues where it's not
we highlighted some amazing
pay to get your boosts.
Really cool things going on.
But I definitely hope it's more than leagues. I would like a new game mode.
Jeff bringing negative deck was crazy.
Some info for a new game mode would be nice to have.
TLSG versus Ken was
and hopefully it comes down pretty quick too.
Completely believe in that. But yeah, so awesome. Well, eggs, we're gonna bring on Owie. So I think we're gonna
clans would be nice to see too.
I'm gonna have a quick chat with Owie, but eggs.
The game is being transferred over to PS5 and Xbox One.
Thank you so much.
If it's just leagues, I feel like a lot of people are going to be really disappointed.
On Twitter, and the username's right there.
Hopefully it's more than that, but I wouldn't be surprised with it either. Because I think it was last year during, I think it was Gamescom, where it was just
thank you guys.
The PC client is coming to PC.
Hey, Owie, can you hear me?
Oh no, Owie can't hear him.
We might not have Owie get my vocals.
Yeah, the Spider-Man variant was great for it, but the announcement wasn't really great. I thought it was going to be something more than full screen's coming.
I am offline, Dawson.
Can you hear me, Owie? I can hear you on my side, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Oh no, Binks is trying his best.
All right, might need production to connect this a little bit.
You gotta smile through the technical difficulties.
Side, I believe they're trying to get me connected to Owie here. I think y'all can hear him, but I don't think that he's able to hear me.
Yeah, we've definitely been there. Or the very common, you're muted.
All right, well, let's hear it up in the chat. We heard your favorite matchup. What was your favorite deck that you saw today? How was the most?
He has to re-download the assets.
I don't know French, but some people say I got a French look to me. I'm very Irish.
Yeah, the language barrier
he has to get
will be tough too.
Headphones in potentially.
Hello?
Hey, Owie, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, no.
Hi, Owie, can you hear me?
Oh no.
Ah, mais c'est parce que je suis mute. Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Ah, yes. Hello, Binks.
Hey, how are you doing today? How did you feel
Okay,
after
now
going
we're
through
cooking.
and
Now we're
winning
cooking.
the Conquerors?
Well, I think it's good. I appreciate this event. It's not a tournament for me. It's just a good moment. And
I'm glad that there are
yes,
people
I
in
am
there that
happy
are helping
to
kind of translate it back.
participate and winning.
Well, yeah, we were so happy to have you. I know that you were in our last Conquerors tournament, and you did an amazing job.
He played Echo on Binks.
What was your favorite deck that you brought today? Which of the four decks was your favorite?
Today I I build decks, simple decks, not very. I don't have time to search build. I am wrong with the date. I thinking I have one day much, and I was. Ouais, bah, j'étais embêté par le temps. And was no big decks. Ella with Gilgamesh. I don't build very much around Gilgamesh.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to choose to go really hard on Gilgamesh or just play really solid decks. But everything you brought today was
So
great.
difficult.
How important did you feel that that you brought in that final match was?
He didn't have much time to build the deck, so he did with the time that he had.
I don't
Yeah.
choose my decks in the match. Every round, my chat choose by poll every deck I play. So by chance, the Super Skrull Patriot is in final versus Spiro. Thanks the chat.
So it wasn't just you that won; it was your whole community.
Went to untap, sort by win rate and conquest. Removed a 5 for Gilgamesh.
Repeat, please.
I would say so. It's not just you that won; it was your whole chat, your whole community. You're all the winners today.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's wonderful. I think you're joining great company as a Conquerors champion. Congratulations. Anything else you want to say to the chat?
I'll stop being a bit salty.
Thank you so much for all the
I mean,
support. And it was
even at a
very
5'11",
and thank you, Binks and
13,
for
he's still good. So if you have only one or two cards that get buffed, he's still a decent body.
You go enjoy your victory.
Stay salty, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Awesome, Eggs, I lied. We got you back. We can't hear you though.
Oh no, I muted myself. I was trying to be quiet.
There's that second team's call.
Well, super awesome talking.
Oh no, you're on mute.
Echo. I don't know what came through the thing, but
we've all been in that one too.
Awesome to chat with him and to chat with the victor there. An absolute amazing competitor.
He could power a pack of chips with all that salt.
Here today.
Looking forward to the next event. Can't wait to see who we bring in, and the next person could be you. Any of you out there can be creators. You love this game just as much as we do. I know it. Go live.
All you need is a webcam and a computer. You can start streaming today, and you can have a lot of fun. And you never know, maybe you end up taking off. It's an amazing thing to do.
Yeah. It was an unfortunate matchup, but I think the same thing could have been said for Doey in round 1. It was unfortunate that like I had the Echo and the Enchantress for like that counter, and so the exact same thing could have been said for her or for really most of the people when they dropped. And so it was fun nonetheless. It was an unfortunate matchup, but we've all been there.
You can find me.
I will say you done your community proud. Thank you so much, Scappa, for being here and for enjoying it.
Here. I had so much fun, and thank you guys.
You said do you play any console games? So I dabble in just about everything. The most recent one I've played was Hades. I'm actually working on like a full Hades playthrough video for my secondary channel. And before that, the last one that I think I played just entirely for me was Baldur's Gate 3. I played through it on honor mode, and it was an absolute blast. I was able to make it all the way through to the very end for my first playthrough, and it was on honors. And so We after that I retired it. I didn't want to touch it again. So I think we're gonna go for just a little bit.
Hey, welcome.
Longer.
It took you long enough.
We can switch back over to our normal one, and we can launch up a few games of Snap. I hope the IGN Live mentions some sort of friends feature. That would be nice to see as well. Doug, how you almost found the line all the same? Yeah, we we tried. We tried our best, and it was fun being here. I think I'm gonna rock a little bit more. When's the IGN Live? Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Oh well, is when Marvel Snap is slotted to be there. And then our first matchup back, and we have now go challenge Binks. You can take his title instead. For our first match on the ladder, we have Dara, and so we'll give a shout out to Dara. Not that he needs it, but oh no, I forgot the slash. All right, nothing for turn one. I have 200 hours into Hades, just on PC, and over 90 hours on Hades 2. Yeah, Hades 2, I've just scratched the surface. I completed like my first Chronos run through, and so it's definitely still scratching the surface. Like I've used one of the weapons. I haven't dove into finding builds for the other ones or anything like that. The thing I've learned most watching you play is find a line. Yep, even in the worst matches. So like we almost found a line in that last Magneto match in the Hela build. Like you can almost always find a line with a flexible enough deck. And so we got their Kitty Pryde from Cable.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Triste, thank you so much for the cheers. By the way, I know I read the message, but I forgot to thank you for the actual cheers. I think we're gonna go ahead and extend the game with magic. That way, Mirror Dimension could potentially copy into it. What would your final deck have been? I can show it right after that. Yeah, slash shout out. Yeah, it was it was a little bit of a struggle. Across the Obelisk, roguelike card game. I like roguelike card games or deck builders, or really any type of game. I kind of dabble in them all. So I think we do Baron Zemo first. We can go ahead and play Kitty Pryde. Next turn we can do like a US Agent into Gladiator, both in the left lane, so that even if we pull a higher resource, it should be okay. Work had me miss the whole Conquerors event, so I'm going to post the video on demand on the video on demand channel, and so you'll still definitely be able to see it. I think it's linked down below.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I think we're super behind on the notifications. My bad, guys.
Opponent snapped.
Any Chrono Arc enjoyers? I haven't tested or played it, or Chrono Arc. I haven't played Arc, if that's where the reference is to. Gonna be wonging for a while. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can go on after this game. I'm gonna see if I can go on and maybe clear it out. I don't know if you're aware, but there's gonna be a turn 7 this game. Yeah. With the double limbo, there's definitely gonna be a turn 7. So Phoenix Force is gonna turn into whatever Yondu copied, which is Yondu, which takes away their Shadow King from the deck. And then I think they have one more for our Gladiator to pull, which is so much fun, which is Red Hulk. And normally you couldn't destroy the Red Hulk, but because of the US Agent, it brings it down to that destruction level. Now we definitely have to worry about them having the Luke Cage. Would definitely be one of our bigger concerns here. We do have our Luke Cage in hand. Doc Ock is unfortunately sitting really low on our deck. I like the idea of doing maybe Red Hulk mid. US Agent is a great Marvel Snap card for sure. He is I love US Agent, specifically in like this type of build to enable Gladiator. and to get your Doc Ock below Shang-Chi range, only to pop it back up with Luke Cage. So I think we're going to do Red Hulk mid so that we're competing for that one. And then, yeah, they do have the Luke Cage.
Hey,
welcome. So their Doc Ock bumps back up. We still have quite a few points in the left lane, but it's not a surefire thing. Yeah, it was Yondu on Yondu crime for sure. We could always do Shang-Chi in the left.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
We do get the retreat. We get the retreat from Dara.
Hey, welcome.
Pleasure as always, my friend. A lot of times he gets us on some of his cooks. It looks like he was cooking something very similar to what we were pushing. I saw Dara playing Get You and had to come over. Glad I could catch the GOAT live. Thank you so much for being here, Cool Shirt Kid.
Hey,
welcome
it
back,
took you long
by the way.
enough.
Took you long enough. Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. At the very least, I'm going to mute it for now until I can figure out how to clear the queue.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Yeah, we're just going to turn it off for now. Once it works through all of those, I'll still give the shout outs, but it just won't get you the cool Wong emote. No, I don't want it to continue going for the remainder of the stream. I love this deck. Yeah, this one is one of my favorite decks to run. It doesn't do great into everything, but it can frustrate people every single time. A lot of times you can leave them with absolutely nothing to play at the very end of the day. It was going on for a little bit too long. Oh my, Indy with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Continue going. I know just the thing. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll turn it on for your gifted subs. I'm not sure when those, we're just now up to Hydros, which was like probably 2 hours ago. And so we'll have it here for a second so you can hear it a few more times. Thank you so much for the community gifted subs and just all of the support, Indy.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Hey, Mr. TLSG, why did you choose Wong to be sort of the mascot for your channel? Well, it felt like it would be Wong not to. I enjoy dad jokes. I enjoy dad jokes and just the pun of like the Wong style thing. Same thing with Bast.
Welcome. It took you
anytime Bast is played, I'm like, that may not have been the Bast decision to do. I don't know. It fits my my personality really well. Alexa, how do I unsub and let them know it was for a pun? I also like Wong's ability in the game, but I find it more fun to joke around about his name. Is why I used him as kind of the channel mascot. For a little bit, I thought I was going to do Gambit, because I liked him as a kid in X-Men, but he just didn't really fit as well, or it didn't feel like it fit as well. And then Michael Knight, thank you for the follow-up with the Prime sub. Appreciate having you here. Thank you so much for all of the support, you guys. Oh no, Wong is way more fun, more you than Gambit. Yeah, I agree. Even the way that they depicted him in like the cinematic universe, he's serious but goofy at the same time. I think it fits. I eventually had to buy the band Wong. That was, for the longest time, the only variant that I've purchased. And so it's one that I use anytime I use Wong. Unfortunately, he can get hard countered by a lot of decks. And so it's not one that always sees use, but it's fun whenever it does happen. I almost want to, well, they have a Kitty Pride. I almost want to fill up a location, but only going to turn 5 feels like that might be the Wong choice. Athena, if they have... The reason I might consider Doc Ock here is if they have Luke Cage, we can pull it into the Isle of Silence. But that's a big if, because I think they play Kitty Pride and maybe a couple of other cards over there this turn. I'm sort of new, but what does TLSG stand for? So before, I liked to always... I like to always kind of poke fun at what the letters meant. And so I joked around about it an awful lot. Oh no, so it's a Loki deck. Woof. This is a very hasty retreat. Because even if we did Shang-Chi, they still have 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. We'd have to go way over the top of it. And then we're still competing for one other lane. We'll jump out of this one. Oh, we took their Kitty Pride.
Escape.
Whoops. I missed you having the Medusa hair as your avatar. It was a Spider-Woman hair. And I still think about that frequently. For whatever reason, the avatar, they miscentered it. And so it was just a big picture of Spider-Woman's hair. And so I rocked that until they changed it. But I got distracted. I'm sorry. TLSG stands for that live stream guy. So probably 8 years ago or more, I streamed for like 2 weeks, maybe a month. And I thought it would be funny whenever I was streaming if somebody saw it and was talking to their friend and they said something like, "Oh, have you seen that live stream guy?" And then they would be like, "Which one?" During the 2 weeks or the month that I streamed, chat shortened it to TLSG for short. And I kind of kept using the acronym or those letters from really anything that I played moving forward. So whether it be World of Warcraft or anything, I just plugged in TLSG. And so that's what got plugged in naturally whenever I created the channel. Yeah, it's like the Who's on First style marketing genius. That was the intent behind it. And then when I restarted it up, I figured I would just use those letters instead to keep it kind of short and snappy. We do have the U.S. Agent and Gladiator combo again. We have the Kitty Pride that we stole. And then Ravonna. So I'm thinking it's a Professor X Cannonball deck. So maybe we can kind of take those out of commission beforehand. I think we may do Gladiator this turn. Versus waiting, I think we're going to do it this turn. Good to know. It was theory crafting forever to find out what it stood for. Yeah, and so whenever I started this channel, I always liked to kind of poke fun at it. And so I came up with all of these like elaborate stories for what TLSG stood for, but that live stream guy is the official one. And then Jimmy Dinkins, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I know that the notification, I'll go ahead and turn them off now. I know that the alerts didn't shout you out, but we play on the ladder all the time, so it's nice to see you here. Wait, but what about the Avid Hiker story? Yeah, that was one of the lies. And then I would always go back and correct myself with the actual story afterwards. I just thought it was always really funny to kind of give like a fake story or a fake line of where it came from or what it meant. So did we destroy... I'm not sure what Gladiator destroyed, actually. But it's gone. And their deck's gone as well. And so, happy to drop a follow. Always a pleasure seeing you on ladder. I always know it's going to be a good game whenever we run into it. Oh, did I destroy a rock? Ah, unfortunate. I'm going to go ahead and play Luke Cage. I'll get him on the board. That opens up the freedom to do a U.S. Agent somewhere. And then next turn, I plan on doing like a Red Holt, or not a Red Holt, a Doc Ock to pull their remaining resources. You destroyed a rock because of Lechugia. That's good to know. This LARPing salamander goose. Yeah, there was a lot of like off-the-wall stuff. So we have to play here. So one of them was that I played Call of Duty professionally, and I was the role of the sniper, and I was always in the back as that sniper role, kind of scouting things out, and it got lonely back there. Like I wanted to be up in the action, but I was a role player, and so I voiced my concern, but definitely still went with that. The sniper in the back to support the team, and later became known as the lonely sniper guy way out in the back, and I stuck to it. Just a lot of like off-the-wall stuff like that. You think Athena will be good outside of Kitty Angela decks? I know she's really enabled. She enables a really good like alternate to your Angela line. And so I think that's definitely going to be her home for a while. I don't know how far from that she necessarily goes. I think that's going to be like one of the most common places for her. And so they did get Luke Cage down, so we're not going to be able to do anything. We can kill Thena, and then this ties the middle location, because it's not going to affect their power. This is 13 power for this. I think this is what we go for. TLSG with the Joker origin stories. Yeah, that was kind of the intent behind when I started streaming. People started asking, but I'm a terrible liar, and so it always turned into this like long, elaborate, awkward thing. And if I didn't prep enough, then I ended up reusing a lot of the same stories. But I don't know that Thena will really fit much other than those kind of Kitty Pryde style decks. I think Kitty Pryde is definitely an enabler for her. Outside of that, she's okay. She still will typically become a 2/6, which is still really solid. So I think she's playable, but I don't think outside of that one home, she's just like insanely broken either. And so sometimes I like to hold Yondu to let them draw some of their lower resources so that it hits something better. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing that I noticed was that Thena definitely fits into Professor X decks very well. But I decided to hold Yondu. That way we can use it to destroy some higher impact cards rather than taking out like a Quinjet. We can maybe pull their Cannonball, maybe their last resource instead. So with Thena in the left, which I think we've seen Thena every single game, Thena's Laundry Sorting Guru. I just knew that the card was going to come to the game eventually. And so I think we Gladiator mid. Next turn we can do Yondu plus Baron. That way it destroys their lowest resource and then pulls the next lowest. And so Gladiator pulling Jeff is not a bad one. Not a bad one to see. Nocturne, I assume they're probably going to target here. We could cap this location out this turn and then do this combo next with our free resource. I'll go ahead and snap into it. I think we're in an okay spot, especially since we're not fully capping out this lane. We can then further support it later with like a Red Hulk. Weekend mission's gonna make the Elsa, Angela, Athena core very common. Yeah. Oh, are the weekend missions in effect? I missed the last refresh entirely. And so that if it's part of the weekend missions, then yeah, it's gonna be everywhere. And so the Elsa Bloodstone, the Nocturne, I think we see a lot of Professor X with this one. Halo, good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Halo. Welcome in. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we can get their last two resources. So Yondu can destroy the lowest, and then Baron's going to pull the next lowest, which I think is a really fun way to kind of hold and save that combo. And it really drains them of those available resources. So we take out Ravonna with Baron. I think maybe... Ooh, Sage. Sage wasn't fantastic, but it's not awful either. Knowing that they don't have it is great, though. What makes Thena really difficult to deal with is how common it's making Luke Cage as well. So otherwise, it's an easy Shadow King, and you're good to go. But I feel like most decks that are running Thena have adapted and now also want to run a Luke Cage. Oh, that's a lot of power over here. I'm going to change it. I don't think we need as much in the Pet Mansion from the Red Hulk, so I think the Kitty Pryde would be fine over there. So 2 cards into mid is interesting. So Shang-Chi doesn't hit. U.S. Agent, also with the Luke Cage being down, doesn't hit. We are able to swing all 4 lanes. Climbing a little bit. With the Absolute. This is one of my favorite decks. Like yesterday's deck, the Diabolical one, it's good, it's fun. But this is one that I've had the most consistent success with. Did I say all 4 lanes? Oh, man. I must be getting tired. But it is starting to get time where I am going to wind down. I'm about to head out to pick up my daughter and from daycare. So I was able to spend most of the day. I would like to do another one. Maybe I can throw a short one next Friday as well. During the week, I'm working longer days so that I also have off on Fridays. But Ligature, you said you sent the email to the Gmail address. Perfect. I will check it out once I get everything kind of settled and situated. We'd love to see you stream more. I'd love to stream more. I really enjoy it. I typically don't get as many good games going, but I get a good conversation, that interaction. Yeah, so for summer, they've augmented my hours, so I have a 4-day work week. I work from 7:30 to 5:30 with only a 45-minute lunch in between, Monday through Friday, and then I'm off or Monday through Thursday, and I'm off on Friday for the summer. After that, it goes back to more of a normal schedule. So maybe I can throw some things on Friday while that schedule lasts anyways. Let's find you guys somewhere to raid over into. Do you guys have any preferences from somebody that's live? I love the 2 times I faced TLSG. I was playing an active deck in a just get my missions out of the way deck. I typically pop into Conquest whenever I'm doing that. What was your final deck of the tourney? So it was the Sassy Gilgamesh. And so it leveraged less counterplay and a little bit, because I was intending to do it a little bit later, so I was hoping that the Echoes, the Enchantresses, those sorts of cards had already been knocked out of the tournament or in previous builds. And so it was looking to use like an Echo for that ongoing pressure, and then looking to just flood the board with good value outside of that. So I think it would have gone well into those Ultron matchups, but I don't know. It didn't perform amazingly when I tested it on ladder, but it didn't do awful either. It's a very consistent amount of power, but it has a hard time holding up against like high power output decks like Hela or just like the point slam stuff. Did I miss the giveaway? Oh my goodness, you guys. We are going to run 3 giveaways here for anyone that stayed in here. And Halo AK, thank you so much for the community gift. Thank you for reminding me of the giveaway. I completely forgot. I got wrapped up. I have 3 things to give away for you guys. Got to keep me honest. Let me go find the codes. And so we're going to do it all in one sweep. So like one set of entries. Let me find the code. So what we have to give away, the first winner is going to get to choose between 1,000 gold, or I guess, so I have 1,000 gold, a premium mystery variant, and 250 credits. The first winner is going to be, did Alex pop in? Well, one day I'm gonna find a job and sub to you. Toss us over to Alex. Okay, I'll do Alex whenever I wind it down. So the first drawing is going to be 1,000 gold. The second would be a premium mystery variant, and then the last one is 250 credits. And so we're going to utilize Nightbot to enable the giveaway. And so we're going to set it on a keyword. And so I'll post the keyword in the chat, and that is all right. So the code is going to be, let me paste it over. It's going to be "We're back." I'm putting it, and I'm going to pin the message. So anybody that wants to be considered for those 3 giveaways, just type in 250 credits. That's 10 collection level. Just copy and paste "We're back," no spaces, exclamation point, and I'm going to give it about 2 minutes before I start doing the drawings. Each entry, everyone can only enter one time. You can say it as many times as you'd like, but it'll only count once towards the eligibility. And so from there, we will do the drawing. It looks like we have 46 eligible right now. We have 50. just for the comeback stream engagement metrics just went up like 9,000%. They absolutely did. This is my favorite way to do the giveaways because it's easy. Anyone can enter. You just have to do a chat message. I don't have it set to like followers or anything like that. And it's we're back, no spaces, with the exclamation. So if a space, it won't catch it. And we'll do the drawing here, and we'll give it just a little bit more. That number's still climbing just a touch. All right, so we'll go ahead and we will give it a roll. Let me put it onto the screen. I don't want anyone to think that I'm picking favorites. I think we should be able to change the Chrome tab. The Nightbot giveaway one. We'll go ahead and have that there. I think it should roll on screen. We're going to go ahead and roll it. I'll give you 5 to 10 more seconds to get any kind of entries that you want in. And oh, you're 1000% picking favorites. I mean, so this first one is going to be I'm not picking favorites. This first one is going to be for the 1000 gold giveaway. And it's a code that you can enter on the Marvel Snap website. Just plug it in with your Snap ID. You don't have to be anywhere in particular. But let's go ahead and give it a roll. Looks like Wolverine SL. Wolverine SL. Are you still in here? May not be in here. No way, I was wrong. Wolverine SL, you are still in here. If you... Am I able to send a direct message through Twitch? I may not be able to. Yeah, I can whisper to you. I'm going to whisper the code over your way. I think that's going to be the easiest, the cleanest. And so you'll plug that into the Marvel Snap website with your Snap ID, or your friend, if you wanted to give away the giveaway, you could. But this one is going to be, that's the 1000 gold. And so Wolverine SL, congratulations once again. Oh, it says I have to verify my phone number before I can continue? Sorry, guys. And I don't know my password. Oh no. You can still enter. We'll be doing another 2 giveaways once I get this whisper thing figured out. Wait, I'm not on the screen, right? No. Okay. Verify, but don't dox yourself. If I'm on the screen, you guys don't message me, please. Don't send anything to my phone number. Let's see. Oh, now it's saying to do it again. Why doesn't it want me to do this? We're almost there. Too late. Don't open my text on stream. All right, we'll make sure that we don't. So I'm just waiting for the code to come through now. I do see a few more people that got set up since we did that first drawing. So definitely still say we're back. That's the code word. Say we're back if you're interested and you haven't said it yet. Not the right phone number. We're on the struggle bus. Let's see if I can change my phone number on file. We'll get it figured out, you guys. I appreciate your patience in this. It shouldn't be so difficult to do a giveaway. Next time will be more. We'll be smoother. There's the settings I was looking for. So the phone number here is right, but that's not what it's sent to. We're almost there. Got it. Don't got it. It said it's already used. Who won the conquest? Owie. Yeah, it was Owie that won the whole thing. Says it's already set up. Enable additional account creation in the settings page on that account. Oh no. Wolverine SL, if you're still here, do you have Discord? I can message you the code over on Discord if you do. If not, I have to log into the other account to be able to set it up. And so if you will shoot me a friend invite, I'm gonna link mine down below. And so if you'll friend me really quick. Yeah. Oh my. This has been a fail all along. This is going awfully. I actually don't know what that number is. I thought it was the promo code for a second, but it's not. And it's definitely not my phone number. I sure hope chat does not take it away. Oh, all right. Let's figure out how to. I used to be able to copy and paste my thing, but I think I'm on streamer mode. I'm going to disable that real fast. But maybe I can link my... Are we back yet? Oh, man. That's too... Yeah, no, it's definitely not a social either. Don't pin it. Did I Oh, it's still pinned. I don't know. We're going to unpin that message. That is now gone. Instructions unclear. Destroyed my Deadpool on turn 6. Okay. Let's... I don't know how to find my Discord. I think that's my Discord user ID, but I'm not sure why. Yeah, that wasn't the promo code. I'm not sure how you use that number to add me, Wolverine. I'm still figuring it out. let's see. Is your Discord name? Here we go. You can use the username. It's been too long. I've been out of the game for too long. My Discord username should just be TLSG. I don't think it has anything else. So if you just TLSG send friend request, that should... Didn't I tell you not to dox yourself? You absolutely did. And I absolutely did not listen. I'm going to Google that number now, though. Is it Wolverine? I got one from Uck coming in. Wolverine, is that your name? I sent a request to TLSG. That's perfect. I'm gonna send you a message there and just validate that it's you. We're almost there. We're cooking now. And so if you'll let me know in the Twitch chat that it was you. I've been scammed before. Sometimes you're your own worst enemy. I absolutely am. Oh yes. Okay, perfect. And so I'll send the code over to you, and then we'll do the drawing one more time, and then just for anybody that we'll do the drawing after I send the code over. We have 2 more. The next one is going to be for a premium mystery variant, and then for 250 credits. So if you didn't before, the code is we're back, and I'll go ahead and pin this one. If you haven't already sent the message, then go ahead and send it now if you're interested in being considered for it. Okay, and Wolverine, your code is on the way. And so we're going to go ahead and roll one more time. We do have it on screen, so we can go ahead and roll it. Bulbaquill, it looks like you are the one that won the premium mystery variant. And so congratulations. First off, do you have a Discord by chance? If you're here. Ooh, yes. Whenever you use it, if you'll come back and tell us what. Bulbaquill. No, I don't use Discord. Okay. How am I gonna get the message to you? So let me write down your. I'm gonna drop you a follow, and then I'm gonna pull up the Whisper so that I have your username. And then after I end the stream, well, the Twitch Whisper is wanting me to verify my phone number. But when I put in my phone number to verify, it says it's linked to my old account, which is that live streaming guy. And so I have to go in and enable multi-sharing. And so I'll have to go and do that, but I don't want to necessarily do it on stream. And so Bulbaquill, I have yours pulled up. I'm going to run the last one. And then that way we can do the 250 credits, and then we'll raid you over into somebody. Use my phone number. I'll verify for you. I don't want you to dox yourself either. So we're going to roll one more time for the 250 credits. Congratulations, Bulbaquill. Definitely come back and let us know what the mystery variant was later on. And so the last one looks like Red Twizzler. And then Punsky, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support. I appreciate all of the support from today. And then Red Twizzler. Are you... That's what, TLSG? What? Red Twizzler, are you still here? You still around? Yes, congratulations. You get a few credits to kind of help your collection level progress a little bit. Do you have Discord by chance? If not, then I can shoot you a whisper as soon as I get Bulbous figured out as well. Yeah, so it actually means that live streaming guy. There's a Twitch channel somewhere with ages old content on it. but it was used very infrequently. How far did you get in the tournament? I got to the semifinals. I lost to a Hello build, unfortunately. Discord, Twizzler 0803. Perfect. Let me shoot you a friend request real fast. And then just let me know that you got it, and then we'll raid you over to Alex for the rest of the Twitch drops and just for some good vibes. And so Twizzler, just making sure that you got it real fast before we wind down. And then Bulba, I'm gonna circle back with you right after we end. I'll get that all managed and tucked away. All right. So Twizzlers, that is on its way to you. I'm gonna go ahead and wind down. Thank you guys as always for being here. Thank you all for the support. Thank you so much for today. It was fantastic. I would love to do this far more often, and hope to see you talking with KM soon. We're trying to work on getting something set up. Let's go ahead and raid you guys over to Alex, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your week, rest of your day, and hopefully we see you back here again sometime soon. This looks much different than what it used to. Let's go ahead and do the search. Is Alex live? Those of you that said, yeah, he's live. And so we're going to go ahead and start up the raid. Thank you guys again. Make sure to give them a good old TLSG welcome when you get there. And then we will see you guys next time. All right, we're going to go ahead and send you over. Thank you guys again.